Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, speakers, participants, and others. I welcome you at our forum, Human Capital. Uh, as organizer of this forum, the organizer of this forum is the National Agency of Qualifications, but other institutions did participated in organization of this forum. This year, we thank very much for to USAID to the project Ukrainian growth. The issues aren't easy, and we need answers to create a direction of the development of our country in the future. So let me introduce the initiator of our forum, the head of the National Qualifications Agency, Yuri Balanyuk. Good day, dear friends, colleagues. The National Agency of Qualification has a tradition to conduct the forum. Nothing can hinder us. The work cannot hinder us to conduct the forum. So, we decided with our team to continue what we have began. This is the potential for the future. This is about the human capital. 2022, we call this forum Human Capital, Safety, Recovery, Euro Integration. Let's begin our forum with the video welcome of the head of the Ukrainian parliament, Ruslan Stefanchuk. So, in the name of the Ukrainian parliament, I would like to welcome participants of the forum. This is a historical moment. The Ukraine became a EU candidate. We understand that the European policy is based on high standards and on values and on principles of safety and freedom. The recognition of joint qualifications is an important step towards this aim, and that's why a great attention is paid to qualifications. The Parliament will proceed some very important draft laws in this field. The implementation of European standards requires changes in Ukrainian laws to create qualification regulations. And we have our obligations, and these are practices on which we have to build our own regulations. This forum goes in the time of the war, and this hinders the properly development of our country. It is very important to recognize military qualifications. Our country moves to the victory, and our infrastructure must be recovered and rebuilt. So we need employees which have enough skills and mobility to these are also tasks for the Ukrainian system of qualifications to develop we need a balance between Euro integration obligations and the compliance with the EU standards. The Ukraine will win.
Ми високо цінуємо наші дружні конструктивні стосунки.
So we appreciate our friendly and good relationships. We thank to Ruslan Stefanchuk in the name of National Agency of Qualifications. It is
Переміщення
very the next guest
економічних інтересів нашої держави.
defends economical interests of our country despite
Яку економіку
military actions. She knows which economy she will see tomorrow. Let me invite Yulia Sviridenko, first Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Minister of Ukraine. In the name of the Ukrainian government, I welcome you with the beginning of the forum and the war of Russia against Ukraine. We have great challenges. So our losses are 350 billions as to the World Bank. So our difficult process are on the labor market. We lack demand on employees from employers. Many people left Ukraine. The country lost much labor potential. We have many replaced persons abroad. Many people are educating abroad, and these are young people, and this is the future of our country. We have ambitious goals, and we will to facilitate the development of our economy. And this is the human capital that is very important in this field. It is very important to achieve the quality of the system and education of specialists and recognition of educational degrees. We need to get members of the European Union in 2 years, and we must comply with European standards and regulations. Ukraine must be a proper part of the European community. Our national system will be better understandable in Europe, and this is very important to improve the national system of qualification from all sides. Ukraine will support the development of the national system of qualifications. We need new ideas and decisions. Thank you very much, Ms. Yulia, that you consequently support the creation of a national system of qualifications and the National Agency of Qualifications at all. In the social and labor sphere, it is a joint task for employers. I would like to invite Dmytro Oleynik as a speaker from Ukrainian employers. I welcome participants of the International Forum, Human Capital, Safety, Recovery, Euro Integration. I would like to thank to the National Agency of Qualifications, and it is very important that you continue to implement your goals during the war. It is very important to talk about the human capital in part with our international partners. It is very important to invest into human capital. Today, these are not empty words regarding safety. From the beginning of this hard and brutal invasion of the Russian army into Ukraine, we understood that we had to protect ourselves. So our staff is not as large as earlier. We lost some of our people, some women replaced to other countries, especially with small children. But we need to, many people are military personnel now, and today we as employers understand how important it is to talk not only about safety. We will win in any case. It is important to talk about recovery, about European integration. We will be in the EU family, and the program of this forum to improve the national system of qualifications, to improve such a definition as educational standards and others. These discussions will be effective. We are employers in our business, and these steps will lead us to victory, and we will win, and glory to Ukraine will be heard overall, and all will understand that qualifications in the sphere of defense, this is about Ukraine. Thank you very much, Mr. Dmytro, for your support and for your understanding of well-being of our state. Our forum is possible through the support of the American people. I'm talking about the USAID. And our next guest is Chris Abrams, Director of the Office of Economic Growth, USAID Ukraine.
Greetings, everyone. Good morning. So first of all, I'd like to thank the government of Ukraine, the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, our European colleagues, and all the people that are here today on this important forum and important topic of workforce development. So the United States is committed in its support of Ukraine now and into the future, and we feel through USAID and other programs that the people of Ukraine and its workforce are the workforce of the future and a very important asset that the country has. And so we have collected what we think are a good number of partners to help support Ukraine as it develops its workforce into the future. We are very proud to be partners with the Ukraine Qualifications Agency and building their networks. One of the things that we've been trying to do is connect private business with educational institutions to make sure that the right mix of labor, capital, and innovation will spur Ukraine's economic recovery. So, in short, we're very proud to be here. We're very proud to be partnering with the government of Ukraine, with the Ukraine Qualifications Agency, with all the folks here, with universities, with private business, as we work together to develop the workforce of the future. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the forum.
Дякую.
Thank you very much, dear Chris, for your support to our initiatives and that you help us create the ground for our development. I invite to the welcome word Lev Partshaladze, the president of the Confederation of Builders of Ukraine. Good day, dear colleagues. I'm going to talk in the name of builders. 350 quadrat meters of premises have been destroyed. Many people left Ukraine, so several millions of people, many children have left Ukraine, and we have a big problem, a great tragedy in Ukraine. We are going to Europe, and we are going for our safety, and we would like to see European standards in our country. We must create a network of qualifications centers, and so we receive specialists that will rebuild all those things that have been destroyed. And we are cooperating with the Organization of Builders of Ukraine. We have a working group together with the EU. We are planning to educate and to raise qualifications of our employees. Why are we doing this? So we think of the end of the war. We must rebuild our country after the war, and it is important. Earlier we had 1,200,000 employees in our sphere, but now we lack on employees, and everyone must be employed, and opportunity must be given to new employees. They must be educated and get necessary qualifications, and from us, builders. So we have to rebuild the Ukraine, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lev Rivazovich, for your participation in our forum, and we hope for our further cooperation. We thank very much to our guests for their greeting words, and from this moment I consider the forum human capital as opened.
Dear colleagues, let's proceed Now, the agenda of the panel discussion is available on the official webpage on Facebook and on the website. On the same resources, you can also watch the broadcast of the forum. The official language is Ukrainian, and you can switch to an English version of the broadcast using a separate link, which is also available on the website. Also, keeping in mind the situation of today, we have to warn you, in case of an error rate, the broadcast will be stopped, and we will be keeping you informed on all the resources. But nevertheless, we believe that we will still see you at the following session at 9:45. Greetings, dear viewers, those who joined us just now and those who have been watching our forum from the very beginning. We're now starting an introductory panel of the forum, and we will be talking about the quality of human capital, new challenges, and new objectives. And the moderator today is the head of the National Qualification Agency, Mr. Balanyuk. With great respect, I'm gonna now ask to present the Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine. And the participant of the forum is a representative of a very important and reliable partner for our country, for Ukraine, and for the agency in particular. The European Foundation of Education is making a colossal investment into the development and modernizing of the qualification model. So this is a roadmap which is leading us towards development of our country in many ways. Now I am asking to present the Director of the European Foundation of Education, Xavier Mateo.
Dear Deputy Head, Chairperson, Director General, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start expressing my warmest solidarity with all the victims of the Russian aggression to Ukraine. My thoughts are particularly with the children, the elderly, and the vulnerable parts of the population. If you ever had the sentence, not leaving anyone behind, it is in these terrible, sad circumstances. The ETF has been committed to the development and the modernization of Ukraine since the beginning of its work. And back in the 90s, and myself, the first task I did when I joined the ETF more than 18 years ago was working in Ukraine precisely on the topics of qualifications and decentralization. Like me, many others in the ETF have been created deep links with the Ukraine and its people, and we feel hurt and disappointed with all this destruction and pain. We also feel admired with the resistance and resilience of Ukrainian people, and we want to pass you all our support. The ETF has continued cooperation with its partners in Ukraine uninterruptedly since the beginning of the aggression, while other organizations concentrated and focused on the refugees in Europe. The ETF always reminded that the dialogue with institutions in Ukraine should continue and that the country continues to function despite the war. On request of the European Commission and as an emergency measure, the ETF established a resource hub on its website for Ukrainians coming to the European Union and looking for continuing their learning for work and for recognition, with essential information about the EU services as a whole and for those of each member state, while information about the education system and qualification in Ukraine and about the European Union support for member states hosting people who fled for the Russian aggression was also presented. This information included, amongst others, also links to the EDEBO, the Ukrainian Single Education Management Information System. Our other emergency measure has been to address the needs for reconstruction expressed by employers in Dnipro region. We have identified which skills are most needed to address the immediate reconstruction and now identifying micro-credentials for short courses and alternative forms of training, mostly from the EU, to adapt and provide with these for the training and skills development of the people involved in the reconstruction in Dnipro. These are about measures on greening, energy efficiency, construction, and renovation sectors. We think that such forms of training will probably also find a permanent place in other countries. In the EU, micro-credentials are seen as essential to support the post-COVID recovery when many people have lost their jobs during the pandemic, or as a way to face the skills challenge raised by the twin green and digital transition. At the same time, we need to prepare for what will be the demand for post-war reconstruction in order to support recovery after the war in Ukraine. Our opinion is that there should be a focus on new technologies, new programs, more digital skills, and on the needs of the internally displaced people. They often come from the industrialized regions in the East, where the industrial infrastructure has been destroyed and need to be reemployed in new regions. So short training courses will need there also. For the moment, there are not enough jobs in Ukraine for these people, but there are more qualified workers than needed because the situation of the war and the economic situation under war provides less jobs. In order to plan for the reconstruction, we need to take into account as well that what kind of economic opportunities exist in different regions of Ukraine. And that's why we are looking at smart specialization approaches that build on the assets and resources available locally. Lifelong learning has become more important when we think about the post-war reconstructions. Refugees in the EU will want to return to Ukraine to reunite with their families, reestablish their existence. How to reintegrate people when they come back from abroad. There will be needs for counseling and guidance, information about opportunities, information about qualification in the European Union, which they may have obtained. There need to be opportunities for validation of non-formal, informal learning, also because many people work while staying in the EU. Here, Ukraine needs to extend the development of qualification centers, but also forms of validation used in the education system. To make these programs for vocational education more flexible, they need to be modularized so that modules could be used for more focused training purposes and different people could be integrated in the vocational education and training systems. In Europe, CEDEFOP and also in Estonia and in Finland, talking ageless vet, where young people and adults are working in vocational education and training, sometimes with different paths. And this modularization is a basic strategy to do that. I think the EU for Skills project that is here present today can explain also the practice that they have been doing here. Finally, the work that has been taking place to compare the Ukrainian national qualifications with the European qualification framework for lifelong learning shows that the links between the national qualification and the European qualification frameworks can and should be further strengthened. This will embed the Ukrainian education, training, and qualification systems into stronger with the European context. Ukraine has shown incredible resilience in the fight against the Russian aggression, and we believe in the Ukrainian victory and full recovery after the war. Slava Ukraini.
Щиро дякую, пане
Xavier Mattel, thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution into modernization of Ukrainian qualification system. Now, we have long-lasting, friendly, and professional relationships with the following guests, and that is the foundation for all the success we have gained so far. Now, I'm honored to invite Deputy Head of the Presidential Office, Alexei Dniprov. Alexei, over to you. Good morning, dear friends, dear colleagues, Yuri. I'd like to thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this international forum. In these very difficult times, this topic is extremely important and pressing. And I am convinced that the results of today's discussion will be the foundation of the further development of the qualification system and education in our country. Dear colleagues, 2022 has been the most difficult during the time of Ukraine's independence. Nevertheless, we are convinced that Ukraine will win this war and will become a fully fledged member of the EU. The candidacy status makes us implement European norms of education very quickly. Now there is the political will to implement quick changes in the qualification system. Without that, educational visa-free regime is not possible. And during the first phase, we are talking about the qualification registers and their reform, and that is one of the key priorities for the development of Ukraine's education system, and that is a part of our rebuilding plan. For this couple of years, the National Agency of Qualification and the Ministry of Education, along with their national experts, were able to introduce numerous norms and standards in the system of education. We are not working from scratch. However, we will have to change a lot of things in procedures and approaches, also considering the European Declaration recognizing professional qualifications. The International Forum, which is called the Human Capital, Security, Rebuilding, and Euro Integration, is aiming at talking to employers, professional communities, government, and using all the opportunities of international cooperation for the development of the national system of qualification of Ukraine and its integration into European and international space. The development of human capital is the foundation of the innovation and economic development of the country. We're not talking just about personnel, we're talking about real capital which can yield profits, along with oil and gas. And business and trade unions and other stakeholders and the national qualification system are very important for understanding of the human capital and the skills and competencies of specific personnel. Dear colleagues, I wish you fruitful work and cooperation during this forum. Thank you for inviting me and all the best. Alexei, thank you so much. Thank you for your support. We absolutely feel this support all the time, and our team is very much grateful to you. Likewise, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for giving me support. With great pleasure, allow me to invite now our colleague, with whom we overcome many obstacles on this very complicated path to the European integration. Now I'm giving floor to the first deputy head of the joint representative body of the trade union, Alexander Shubin. Yuri, thank you. Colleagues, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And of course, I have to reflect to what Alexei mentioned about human capital, and he's right. Human capital is extremely important in the context of European integration, in the context of all the terrible events that unfold today. The biggest value in all of these processes of Ukraine are the people. That's our most important asset, the meaning of our existence and the guarantor of our successful future. We've been celebrating the Day of the Armed Forces of Ukraine just recently, and those are unique people, people who build our future, people who resist this most awful invasion of today's day and age. And all of them will help us win in this war and afterwards join the European family. And of course, our future would mean recovery, post-war recovery and creation of a new economy. The economy which will be very much different from what we get used to. And I want to support everything that Xavier mentioned. We will need new skills, we will need new qualifications, and we will need a new economy. That economy that existed before the war is no more. And we together will have to decide what kind of economic system we will be developing and building in Ukraine. But we all understand now that we have to adjust, we have to learn new skills. We have to also learn new professions and qualifications. And in this sense, in this meaning, the role of the National Agency of Qualification in the post-war recovery cannot be underestimated. It's the key organization for the future of our country. And I am convinced that we will be able to win very quickly. And already now we have to find ways to provide retraining opportunities for Ukrainians. We have to build bridges between the existing standards and qualifications in the EU, something that's been functioning for a while and something that we have in Ukraine. We have to find some ways to connect existing professions and skills and future needs in professional sphere. We have to also be able to show people how they can quickly change their career paths, how they can get some work experience, and by doing so, they can become useful. And they can also realize themselves in the social sense. And of course, all qualifications, all the standards we design and develop, they all have to be accompanied by decent work conditions. So I hope that together with the employers and the state and the international partners, we will rebuild Ukraine and make it stronger. Thank you for your attention. All the best. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you so much. The next person who I'm going to invite to present is the person who played a very important role in developing of regulations and the bylaws for the National Qualifications System, along with the team of personnel that he leads. So that information, those bylaws were sent to government for approval, and the government approved those regulations, which now became the basis of the qualification system. And now I'm going to invite Mr. Zakharin, who is the State Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Sergei, over to you. Dear friends, dear colleagues, good morning, and I wish all of you good health. I am a State Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Science, and on behalf of the Ministry, on behalf of the Minister Serhiy Shkarlet, allow me to welcome you at this international forum on human capital, security, rebuilding, and Euro integration. Allow me to welcome all of the participants, those who care about the future of Ukraine, and those who care about rebuilding Ukraine in post-war period. The Russian aggression shed spotlight on the situation in educational establishments. In spite of constant attacks of the occupiers, we apply all efforts possible to respond to challenges that we face daily. One of the key tasks of Ukraine's economy and public administration in today's conditions is the retention and development of innovations and human capital, because the human capital, people, are the media for innovations, research innovations. And this capital will expedite the development of Ukraine based on the foundations which have been developed in the global practice. So to achieve this objective, we need to join efforts with the European countries, with Ukraine's partners from abroad, and with all the institutions of the national system of education and research, with the help of our European partners, European colleagues. And this cooperation is extremely important in the conditions of Ukraine's resistance. We demonstrate phenomenal resilience and focus on further integration into the European research and educational space. This support to businesses, to innovators, to educators today is unprecedented. And of course, this will be very helpful in terms of cooperating between Ukraine and EU. But today's topics take into account some key areas which require innovation decisions And this will help Ukraine to become stronger in the post-war period. It will help with rebuilding. It will make this process more effective, more innovative, and more in line with modern-day challenges. Recently in Brussels, there was a meeting of the Joint Committee EU-Ukraine on innovations and science. Ukrainian delegation took part, and these gatherings will take place every year in line with the agreement between the EU and Ukraine and European Atomic Energy Community. So we will be working together within many programs. And this program is designed to work in Ukraine until 2025, and it's complementary to the framework program for innovation and research. Ukrainian researchers and innovators take part quite actively in the support programs for innovation and research. Now there are about 30 projects where Ukrainian organizations participate. Now there are so many systemic steps that focus on helping Ukraine's education system and educators. The Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine initiated the development of a concept for safe education. And as instructed by the minister, we now have launched a very strong interagency working group comprised of the best experts from the ministry and other government agencies. This working group is analyzing today's situation. They look into the international experience. They also work on development and implementation mechanisms, considering best practices. And the end goal of this concept is to create safe, secure conditions in educational establishments for a good offline, safe training process in the view of the challenges presented by the Russian aggression. So after the concept is implemented, the educational establishments will be equipped with all the necessary equipment. And we plan to install systems that would help provide safety and security to the participants of learning. We are talking about installing alarms that are connected to a centralized control room. We are talking about surveillance systems, metal detectors, fencing, training for personnel, and also training to the participants of the process, such as the students and teachers. Speaking about the national budget 2023, right now 1.5 billion hryvnia will be allocated to develop bomb shelters in schools. And all of those schools soon will be ready to provide proper protection to the faculty members and students. Speaking about other programs that help Ukraine develop, they include professional, vocational training and education. It is very important because it allows to train experts in many different professions, working professions, people who will be helping rebuild Ukraine and its infrastructure, which will make possible for Ukraine's economy to quickly switch to the growth. And in the post-war period, we will be applying efforts as much as we can to create the national legislation, appropriate legislation for further implementation of systemic educational changes based on the challenges which arise in the system of education. And then there is another very important task that we have to undertake. This task involves training for the employees of the educational system. And we are talking about training in new methodology, new delivery methods, psychological support to students, remote learning, and support to the educational process in the conditions of blackouts. And we already started some training, some courses, and these programs are now implemented as pilot project.
and after their implementation, then it will be spread for the whole territory of Ukraine. I would like to point out that we will implement these tools in the educational system of Ukraine. Now, the national online educational platform is being created, and we see these tools as a powerful instrument to support the educational process in the system of official and non-official education. And temporary occupied territories are also an issue. Not all educational institutions are working there, and these programs help them solve their own problems to implement the agenda to fulfill the agreement between Ukraine and the European Union. The Ministry of Education of Ukraine developed a draft law which embrace all European best practices and experiences, and it is based on national-based practices and experience. And this draft law will be adopted soon by the Ukrainian parliament, I hope. And who is interested in the topic of professional qualifications, as I can consider, all participants have their interest of it. The National Qualifications Agency has created a mechanism to give qualifications on the national level, and vocational qualifications are regulated by the special decree of the Ukrainian government. And there are many other regulations that regulate this sphere and these initiatives. And we have a decree on educational center to provide flexibility for learners. We have regulations for assessment of educational results. We have a decree of the Ministry of Education for this purpose. It is important to further comply with EU standards. As a conclusion, I would like to thank to all stakeholders in the field of Ukrainian education and in the development of the National Qualifications System for the improvement of on the way of our step-by-step integration into the European education space. We have our own education brand mark, and we try to support a positive image of Ukraine on the international level as a country with a high level of educational services. This forum will help define directions to recognize responsibilities. That is not only our aim, this is a step-by-step movement to the best EU standards. Glory to Ukraine, glory to Ukrainian education workers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Сподіваємось на успішний поступальний рух у розвитку національної системи кваліфікацій. Соціальний діалог
Qualifications. The social dialogue has basic we have to reach our joint aim. Let me to invite the director of the Federation of Employers of Ukraine, Mr. Ruslan Irlichov. Thank you very much for the today's meeting and for this very acute topic, human capital. And under the circumstance of this miracle war, it is worth discussing. Henry Ford said, if I lose my business, I can recover, but without people, I cannot do anything. And this is our best value in our country. There are many challenges against Ukraine overall, and in terms of the development of the country, all issues will be connected with the rebuilding of our country and how we can get a proper place on the on the labor market globally. Our colleagues among employers on the European level, I received an answer. There are many refugees from Ukraine and they are being registered, but don't worry, we can re-educate and integrate these people in our economies. We thank them very much that they take care about our refugees, but it will be difficult for us to return back our people home. So under war conditions, we must think of education and re-education. At least 70 enterprises have been relocated from eastern regions. This is a huge project on the state level, and we think for our governmental structures this was a huge project, and it is very important that this project started. We need fast changes to find people with the proper qualifications, and we understand that there are several levels of unemployment, and we understand that there is many unemployed people that aren't officially registered. I'm not going to repeat the words of my colleagues about educational and vocational qualifications and all those steps that are being made now in Ukraine to create a proper European model today in Ukraine. And there are many employers in Ukraine that have problems to find proper employees to create to make all our practical steps. I would like to thank to all participants of our forum, and we make all our steps right, and this complies with European experiences. And I would like to point out our steps in the educational field can be right, but our industry and economical policy must be also right. It is very important to practically implement all those models in the labor market reality. This market follows the labor market, and of course, it is very important for us to understand which economy we are going to build. We are talking to all our partners. Ukraine goes forward every minute. We are proud of Ukrainian army, but we are proud of our employers, which make heroic efforts on in their business, and this is very important. Once again, we need to join the model of the economical development of Ukraine with the model of employment based on the development of educational system within the framework of qualifications we talked about today. And I would like to thank to participants of this forum. As employers, we are ready to work in this country, and we are working in this country, and we understand that we have any other choice as to win also on the economical battlefield. We need fast steps to change the situation on the labor market, and we need decisions that are not standardized. These decisions must be in line with all rapid changes within our countries. We are losing now whole sectors, whole industry sectors in different spheres. We understand the scope of rebuilding. New industries will be developed, and we are ready to cooperate with all participants of the forum very well. It is very important for us to jump forward, and we need a new place after the victory. Ukraine must take this place globally. We trust Ukraine, we trust our army. Thank you very much, Mr. Ruslan, for your support and for our mutual steps in solving this problem. Now we have a very important partner, Mr. Mikhail Powell. The floor is yours.
Guest, I'm honored to participate on the panel today and to speak about a possible new agenda on human skills development in Ukraine. In the last 9 months, the program EU for Skills supported the vocational education and training sector to stabilize and to mitigate the consequences of war. With the help of the EU and its member states, Finland, Germany, and Poland, we developed a support program with 3 different phases. Directly after the war broke out, we supported 145 schools to provide shelter to more than 4,000 IDPs, including the provision of psychological support. In spring, we initiated a project to develop 55 online learning courses and material to help schools in continuing the educational process. Currently, we are actively working with the Ministry of Education and Science, the NQA, and other stakeholders together to stabilize vocational education and training. The activities range from the implementation of employer surveys to the establishment of management information systems. Still, we are working with schools together to provide further training for school managers and teachers. Additionally, and I think this is currently the situation in Ukraine, we are also addressing the lack of electricity by providing additional generators and printing school books. I think these activities are helping to address the challenges in the next month. But I think in the medium term, the agenda for human capital development will look different. I'm happy, particularly to you personally, Mr. Balyanov, that you provide such a forum, that we can have this mutual discussion. From my point of view, and you will see a lot of similarities to what Xavier already from the European Training Foundation told before. From my point, 4 points are really important here for the new agenda. The first point is the new demography. Ukraine has been an aging society for some time. However, the war deteriorated the democratic situation further in Ukraine. We have 5 million women who went abroad, mostly to European countries. The number of people who belong to vulnerable groups like IDP and ex-combatants are constantly growing. From my point of view, the new agenda on human capital development needs to cover this. With the aging population, of course, retraining and the focus on adults is becoming more important. In the past, Ukraine heavily relied on initial training. That means for young people in the age between 15 and 21. In the future, more learning opportunities need to be provided to adults who will be the core of the skilled workforce. This will help adults to retrain, to avoid unemployment, and to identify new career paths for them. The third point for the new agenda is to activate different population groups. The qualification system needs to be provide short and flexible solutions. In a war setting, it's not important to have a 3-year or 4 years further or initial training course. Skills need to be taught in a fast and practical manner to meet the needs of employers and employees. And we already heard today that there are different approaches and instruments, short courses, micro-credentials, the recognition of prior learning. These all might be possible methods to activate the workforce for the recovery process. And at the same time, the needs of vulnerable groups need to be addressed here. Fourth, last but not least, the cooperation with employers is going to become more important. Companies need to be part of the whole process, from standard development to training to assessment, to ensure demand orientation. And the focus should be laid on sectors which are important for the recovery: infrastructure and construction, transportation and logistics, as well as possible growth sectors like agriculture and IT, which can absorb a high amount of future workforce. I'm happy that GIZ, the German Development Agency, will continue supporting this process. The German government already pledged 5 million euro to support the workforce development in the recovery process. And we are currently designing the project with our Ukrainian partners are in touch with potential co-financing partners. I wish you all the best for the forum. Stay safe, and I hope the electricity and internet connection stays stable. It's an honor to currently work with Ukrainians, and then I envy the spirit of the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear friend. Thank you for your support. It's a great pleasure for us to regularly cooperate with the EU for Skills project. And I will inform dear participants of the forum by saying that yesterday we had a really broad discussion and gathering for the preparation of the following project. Of course, there are so many new things and new challenges that emerge, and I am convinced that this new initiative will be a success. Now, this panel is now transitioning towards discussion, presentations of thoughts, opinions, and some Q&A. Now, let me ask one question to Xavier Mateo de Cortada. So in Ukraine today, we are holding a forum in Kiev, in the midst of Ukrainian capital. And we feel the challenges that we face today, and we already built plans for the future. Now, I have a question for you. What do Europeans say about all this? What Ukraine needs to do now to expedite rebuilding of Ukraine as a state, and what kind of steps we as the National Qualification Agency and the government need to take for faster European integration of our national qualification system. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this question. I think that here the qualification framework always has been a tool to make the economy and the society more clear what is behind a certificate or a diploma. So a qualification framework, basically with this learning outcomes approach, tries to help employers and employees to better understand what are the things that are expected to be done in a certain profession, and particularly when they move from one company to another, from one sector to another, from one profession to another. So now is these moments where there is a lot of mobility expected, and therefore the qualification framework is the moment where they can show its use the potential to help all these people better understand the qualifications of people. So I think on one side, the qualifications descriptions have to be adapted to the new reality and thinking on what are the jobs that will be developed in the future. But at the same time, all these need to find ways of recognizing and validating the learning that people are achieving through the different means, through courses, through experience, through working in the army. All these things are implying the mobilization of skills and competences, and then these need to be recovered in the recovery period. This needs to be reused for the reconstruction of the society and the economy. So I think that's the best thing to do that. And in the provision of training, what is important is that this idea of you can identify shorter courses which mobilize already some skills which are part of the whole qualification, but can be used immediately in terms of the employability. And I think that's the best thing you can do in that moment. Of course, then these have to accompany all the strategies which will come to invest in economy, in technology, and so on. So these skills have to be present in the plans from the very beginning.
Xavier Mateo, thank you so much. I've got a question to Oleksiy Dniprov. Apologies. My question goes to Ruslan Ilchov. Now, what the employers are now talking about? What kind of priority sectors of economy are you working on? What's important for Ukraine today? What will be important for Ukraine in 6 months? Where Ukraine's economy is going to? Where are we losing the most and where are we gaining, or where the potential for gain is? Well, see, your question is quite big and comprehensive. So let's talk about losses. 35% of GDP at the end of the year is going to be lost for Ukraine. We understand this very well. On top of this, there are tens of thousands of companies, businesses who have downsized their production or almost do not operate. Many of them still retain personnel in their staff. Of course, we all understand the this blow, how big this blow is against Ukraine's economy. Large steel mills are being now captured by the enemy. Many companies operating in the same sector have been already captured by the enemy as well. We are talking about machine building companies, which are located very close to the area of combat. Many of them are no longer working. We also understand that just now we liberated Mykolaiv and Kherson Oblast, and we realized that our fields are contaminated with mines, with explosive ordnance, and we need to spend a lot of money for demining operations. It's a very complicated situation. Now let's talk about the sectors of economy. Today we have one common task. We want to retain jobs, productive jobs. And losses of competencies today creates huge harm for the future, because if we have a competency in terms of producing something, Ukraine still has that. You know, we're talking about our people, our competencies. We can produce so many things. Back in April, we spoke to our international partners and we sent them this very interesting message, which was quite surprising to them. This is what we said. We said, friends, look, we have huge amounts of humanitarian aid, and that is a good thing. Thank you so much. But let's make sure you do not stifle Ukraine's economy with that aid, because many of those things can already be manufactured in Ukraine domestically. And with that, you are creating jobs in the country that is at war. So instead of giving a fish, you're offering them a fishing rod. And you know, in Ukraine, we are buying some food, light industry products. Besides all that, we also manufacture buses. We can manufacture ambulances and many other items which are very much needed to rebuild Ukraine's infrastructure and to cover the needs of the IDPs. Many of those things are manufactured in Ukraine. And rebuilding Ukraine is a #1 topic that is discussed internationally. But once again, I'd like to emphasize to our colleagues from the EU, rebuilding is not going to happen tomorrow. It's happening now, today. And that is our first comment. Second message, and it's a key message for all of you, dear friends, we believe that in each and every project, in each and every sector, segment of Ukraine's reconstruction, there's got to be cooperation between Ukrainian companies and international. Why? Because if today we follow the path whereby there is a lot of money from abroad coming to Ukraine as aid, and we rebuild everything, and everything's going to look good, but at the same time we will not be manufacturing anything, then we will have cities which cannot be inhabited by people. People will not live in towns where there are no jobs. It's very important. And today we call upon you, dear international investors or domestic investors, please, let's investigate where we can start building manufacturing facilities, plants. There are dozens of Ukrainian investors today who build, as we speak. They build manufacturing facilities. There are people putting buildings, equipment together for reconstruction of Ukraine. And we can talk about future and future industries, but now, production of equipment, pipes for water supply, heating equipment, municipal transport, buses for towns that have been destroyed. All those things, they can be made here in Ukraine, and we are talking about making joint projects and joint products. Each and every dollar invested in reconstruction should entail half of that amount, 50 cents, invested into Ukraine's domestic manufacturing. It's nice to hear. Especially today when Ukraine is fighting the war, Ukraine is building plants, factories, and this country has a promising future. Now, speaking about Alexander Shubin, with him we started working on the National Qualification Agency, and we just started by having 2 chairs and 1 desk. And back then, we said we need to find the right path for development. We had different ideas and opinions, but after all, we found some common language. I also understand that the trade unions are instrumental in development of professional standards. Then based on all those standards, we create qualification centers like this. And Alexander, I know that you create and you plan to create some qualification centers on the basis of trade unions. Now, can you please tell us what's your idea about doing that? Do you have a specific plan? Do you have some already developments, some ideas? Because we are ready to listen to that and we are ready to hear about your future steps. Okay, so thank you, Yuri. Allow me to continue what Ruslan has already mentioned. The war has destroyed lives. Millions of people lost jobs and their homes. Many of them now remain abroad, but everyone wants victory. Everyone wants to get their lives back, and everybody wants to bring Ukraine's economy back on its track. We are talking about a big country with 40 million of population, but the country that does not have its industry cannot be sustainable in the future. The aggressor keeps on destroying things, and the mentality of that generation needs to change. And we have to develop our own defense industry. We have everything to do that. We have qualifications, we have research capabilities, we have schools and people, but we really have to design and develop our defenses domestically so that we could fight back any kind of aggression, anytime. And everybody understands that for a very long time, Ukraine would remain the line of defense for Europe, behind which people will lead normal lives. But for that, we gotta have good, strong industry in Ukraine. So those people who, because of the war in this country, because also of the economic turmoil back in the 90s, people forgot what it means working at high-tech industries. Those people, they need to gain new qualifications. So now we are talking about young people who are deciding about their career paths. They have to focus on developing strong industry in this country. But before that, we have to help those people who lost jobs, who lost their homes, who lost jobs in steel mills and many other industrial facilities in the East. So we have to retrain them to meet the needs of the new economy. And with the Ministry of Economy, with the state, with employers, we have to really understand what kind of qualifications are needed, in which specific areas we need those qualifications. We as trade unions We want to use the experience of our international colleagues, whereby the trade union movement has become a very active partner between the employers and the state in terms of training, retraining, and lifelong learning. Of course, we do not possess all the necessary knowledge that our educational system has, and our engineers and our schools and companies. But we are the organizational force. We can decide who needs training, who needs retraining, who's got skills and aptitude for that. And then we can create those joint training centers using dual education and training and many other mechanisms which we work on. And that will help build bridges between the future employment and the current training opportunities for people who desire to change their future. On top of that, we have to explain to people that the future will change for them. The situation, the pre-war situation, will never repeat, because if the companies are going to be rebuilt, they will be rebuilt using new technology. No one's gonna build old companies with old technology. We already live in the European paradigm, and European paradigm means green jobs, also environmentally safe jobs, and future technologies. Considering all of the above, we understand that people would need new skills, new approaches, and we are talking about safe workplaces for people with no harmful impact on their health. So, but again, for that we need new skills. Ukrainians had to change so many things in the beginning of the war. Before the war, people only saw guns in the movies. Now those people picked up the real guns and now they fight in the war. People learn to use foreign military equipment. And it's amazing how fast they can do this. And with that new weapon from the West, Ukrainians show some really, really amazing skills. And everybody is surprised with ingenuity of Ukrainians and their aptitude towards learning new skills and abilities. And I'm convinced that Ukrainian nation has the desire to consolidate, to rebuild, and I am convinced that we will be smart enough to build bridges between employers and the state and the government so that we could do all the prep work in advance. We are ready to rebuild our training facilities and the training network. We are ready to use the experience of European trade unions, how we can provide training to adults. And based on that, I believe our European future is going to be fast and quite effective. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think your response was very good and wide-ranging, so thank you so much. I truly hope that from that situation with 2 chairs and 1 desk, you will grow to 1 million chairs and desks manufactured by Ukraine. I have a question to Mihail Paulo. We yesterday had a very good dialogue. And we spoke about planning, we spoke about projects which aim at rebuilding Ukraine as a state. It's obvious that these projects are not just created for nothing. They are created because EU has trust in Ukraine and confidence in its victory, and we are grateful for this. Now, when you plan, when you design a project, you are thinking about attaining an objective, right, at the end of this project. And please tell us, when you look at a plan of a project, its design, do you take into consideration future investment from EU business into Ukraine's economy and certain sectors of Ukraine's economy? So could you please specify in which sectors and how do you plan for that kind of investment?
Yes, first, thank you, Mr. Bayanov, for this question. I think when we design a project, we are in close touch with our potential donor and co-financing parties. So overall, you need to see that the different foreign ministries in European countries, they are currently doing their programming, and they are, of course, in touch with the political stakeholders in Ukraine on where to support in the area of human capital development. I can tell you from the current financing parties of EU for Skills, the EU, Finland, Poland, and Germany, all of these parties are highly interested to continue their support to Ukraine because they see human capital development as a cornerstone to support the recovery process. You cannot rebuild a house, you cannot rebuild a bridge, you cannot rebuild a hospital without skilled workforce available in the country. And I think there is a high donor interest in supporting here. To your second question, this is a really interesting point because EU for Skills and other development projects, they are seeing themselves in the area of development, but always the intention is to also have direct positive effects for economic cooperation and for European investment in the country. And when we support human skill development, this is, of course, also the basis for European companies to invest in Ukraine because they would highly rely on Ukrainian experts, on Ukrainian skilled laborers to invest in the country and to support the modernization or the rebuilding and the reconstruction of the country. You also ask in your first questions which sectors there might be of importance. I think there is a European consent that the most important sectors would be in the area of infrastructure rehabilitation and construction. I think also the topic of transportation and logistics would be of importance there. And the third fact is, of course, that there are growing economic sectors which might absorb quite also a high number of employees and of workforce. This is in the area of IT and agriculture. So I'm not, representing a company here, but I can tell you that even when I talk with the Federal German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, that there is a certain interest that we also contribute to the development of Ukraine, but also have positive effects or for the investment environment for European companies here. And in the next week, we will welcome the Ukrainian delegation. Also, a representative of NQA will be in Berlin. To have more in-depth discussion about potential areas of support. And we will visit the training academy of Siemens. And I can tell you from Siemens, I heard that there is a high interest into Ukraine. So I hope that, and I think that companies are prepared for investment when the conditions are ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mikhail. The topic of our panel, the quality of the human capital, new challenges and new tasks and new conditions are being formed. The results of the war are obvious. The Ukraine will win, but the question is, what price will Ukraine pay for its win? I'm sure that our team and all Ukrainians will overcome all challenges on the way to our victory, and also all challenges that we will face on the way of our recovery. So it will be so. Glory to Ukraine. On this stage, the panel, the quality of the human capital, new challenges and new tasks is going to be closed. Do you have any other proposals? No, you don't. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our speakers for joining us. All of them are great professionals in their spheres. The first discussion panel will start at 11:30 a.m. You can see our live stream and you can leave your comments on Facebook and on our YouTube channel. I wish you Greetings to all viewers joining us now. We are we continue our forum of human capital. All safety requirements has been met. If we will have the opportunity, you can get answers to all questions in a written form as comments. We begin our first panel, National Framework of Qualifications, the European Dimension. Yuri Rashkevich, the floor is yours. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you on this.
Сьогодні перший віце-прем'єр, інші доповідачі.
Other speakers told about the necessity to create the national system of qualifications. The base for it is the national framework of qualifications. The last version of this framework was adopted last year, and so we are implementing the national framework of qualifications in terms of getting the knowledge on the European level. And I would like to invite the representative of the European Commission, Kun Norman. The floor is yours.
We don't hear you, Kun.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So I prepared a short presentation. No, I prepared actually a longer presentation, but I will not present all the slides because I have 15 minutes, but it's of course sent for documentation. So first of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation to speak today. I'm really happy that this forum is taking place today. We were also here last year. Now we are in completely different circumstances, but we do still have the forum. And I think cooperation between Ukraine and the European Union has never been so strong. And I will now share my screen. So I hope that will work. Oh, I have to do this screen sharing. I hope you can see my screen now. And I will now move to full screen. So I hope this works. So I will tell you a bit about some cooperation of Ukraine with European institutions, in particular in the context of skills and qualifications. And I will also refer a bit about where we stand with regards to the EQF. And I think that with this, I will not overlap with speakers that follow after. So first of all, we are working, and I'm presenting also a bit more EU policies because these are more and more relevant, of course, also for Ukraine, given the fact that Ukraine is an EU enlargement country, an EU candidate country since June 2022. This has quite some implications for a changing context. And I would like to reflect a bit and to share with you the work that we are doing indeed in education, training, skills, and of course the work on the qualifications framework, the European qualifications in particular, is part of this. Now, first of all, we have in the EU a labor market context with atypical forms of work, more frequent professional transitions, shifting skills needs. We have the digital, the green transition. Of course, we have the post-COVID situation. We have demographic changes. The population is getting older. We have shifting employment between sectors. I could, of course, also add here the circumstance of the horrible war that is now in Ukraine, that has of course a huge impact also on the EU labor market context. Now, if we look at the broader picture, we see actually that the compass, so the guiding framework for all actions in the domain of skills, in the domain of lifelong learning, sits in the European pillar of social rights and its action plan. And this European social pillar has 20 principles, and principle 1 is actually that everybody should have the right to lifelong learning, to skills development. And this is, of course, a fundamental right for your participation in society, but also in the labor market. And below that, I listed, it's not a very nice slide because I made it myself, it was not a designer, but I listed a bit the different EU initiatives that are of relevance here. Of course, there is a European skills agenda, but this is also very closely related to the European Green Deal. And we need to make this transition towards a greener world, given the climate catastrophe and the biodiversity catastrophe that we are facing. If we continue like we do now, there is also the growing need for digital skills. I don't need to tell you anything. I think Ukraine is surviving things also through your excellent digital skills level and across everything. There is a digital education action plan, the research area, the European education area, and of course also the industrial and SME strategies. Now, key targets, for example, here are that 80% of adults should have basic IT skills in 2030, and also 60% of adults should be active in learning in 2030. So those are guiding principles, guiding overall targets that have been set at the European level. And now that Ukraine has become a candidate country to the EU, these are of course also increasingly relevant for Ukraine. Now, if we look a bit more in detail at the skills agenda itself, what do we do on the level of skills? More in particular, there was the skills agenda adopted in 2020, so a bit more than 2 years ago, in July 2020, that included 4 broad areas of work that the Commission suggested, and 12 concrete actions that were part of these 4 areas. It includes, for example, a pact for skills. So skills ecosystems, this is what has been working upon, and these are now in place. Strengthening skills intelligence, that's really needed. We need to know where are the skills shortages, but also labor market shortages. These are more and more prominent. And CEDEFOP as European agency, but also the European Training Foundation is working on this. This is becoming more important. Also, national skill strategies, a tool by the OECD, are supported by the EU's member states, can undergo these skill strategies. These contain an analysis and also recommendation on what needs to be done. A recommendation on vocational education and training was adopted in 2020. I would invite you to look at this recommendation because it's really useful, I think, for further development of the VET system. And then I would just like to point to some of the actions under the tools for lifelong learning, under which the Council, so the European ministers, adopted a recommendation on individual learning accounts, also a recommendation on micro-credentials, and finally also the Europass platform was launched 2 years ago. Very relevant, I think, for you as well. And then finally, Action 12, unlock investment. If we want to make the skills agenda real and becoming into life, we need all partners on board. I'm continuing here now with the EQF in particular. So what is, of course, relevant for the EQF is that it is a reference framework of 8 levels, serving as a translation grid between national qualifications frameworks and systems. So it operates across countries, it's defined in terms of learning outcomes, and it covers all types and all levels of qualification, and including in those types are also qualifications from outside formal education and training. And when we look at the EQF a bit more institutionally, what we can observe is that it is legally shaped in the form of a council recommendation that was adopted, well, originally in 2008, but reviewed in 2017. And it's based on the education and training articles of the European Treaty. Its governance, and this is now becoming more relevant also for Ukraine. We have a governance in the form of an EQF advisory group and in the form of national coordination points. And actually all EU candidate countries are invited to join the EQF advisory group. And last week we had the first meeting where also we had 2 representatives from Ukraine. I was very happy to see that, Yuri Raskiewicz and also Katarina Suprun from your Education and Science Ministry. Then it's very important to realize that the EQF is a voluntary framework. So it invites member states to relate their national systems, national qualifications, frameworks to the EQF. It's not an obligation to do that. It's a voluntary tool, but it's not unsuccessful because it's voluntary, because all EU member states are working on the EQF, have developed national qualifications frameworks, and have related these to the EQF. And this makes that there is one, really broad EU-wide and going beyond, including the candidate countries, geographical scope of a zone of trust of qualifications between countries. And this, we believe, really gives a lot of advantages. So recommendations, no directive, no regulation. Recommendations are not binding, but consist of voluntary action. I also would like to draw your attention to the existence of the recommendation on validation of non-formal and informal learning of 2012 that is closely connected to the EQF recommendation. Now, as you know, countries develop referencing reports based on 10 criteria. These are then discussed and peer-reviewed in the EQF advisory group. Now, with Ukraine, we have been working, and we started working in last year in October on a comparison project, because at that moment there was not yet this situation of Ukraine being a candidate country. We are almost at the end of the comparison exercise, and I think we did very good work together. I really enjoyed being part of it. Ari and Dai will talk about it. But of course, the next step will also now be, now that Ukraine has become a candidate country, also to prepare for that referencing. And that entails a couple of other things, namely your publication of your referencing reports, respecting these 10 criteria. If you don't do that, you will not get a positive review by the EQF advisory group, but also that it opens then the possibility to mention EQF levels on new certificates, and also to link your national qualifications register and to interconnect it with Europass, so that qualifications are becoming immediately visible to search to users of that database. Now, key elements, I already said, formal education training, but also qualifications from outside the formal domain. We still have the challenge to bring the EQF closer to end users. That's one of the problems we have. So we are now working on better communication. And then, under the activities, we do have the referencing process, and the ETF, of course, is also available to support Ukraine, in that endeavor. This is not an easy exercise, we have to say. It's very detailed. I think everybody who has done it can witness about this. And now, last slide on the EQF that I have here is governance. So we have 27 EU member states, 4 EFTA countries, 10 pre-accession countries. So that means altogether quite a few countries in the EQF space, in the EQF zone, we could say. And on the European level, you see the other stakeholders that we do have. And it's really a body where we will work together. So as I said, Ukraine is now member of the EQF advisory group. I'm personally very proud of that. And also it means that Ukraine is entitled to have a national coordination point. Details we will still communicate, but also Ukraine has been invited to join the advisory committee for vocational training, and also they have been invited to join the Europass advisory group. So that means basically that Ukraine has now entered also, within the broader framework of EU cooperation in the field of education and training. In higher education, it was already a fact because that is governed by the through the Bologna process. Now, I don't want to take too much of your time, but I quickly scroll through my slides to finish my 15 minutes, just to draw your attention to the Council recommendation on micro-credentials that is also of relevance, I think, for Ukraine, adopted in June, and setting actually also a set of European standards and a definition of what micro-credentials are, and which also help their cross-border understanding. And in the EU, we have been working on micro-credentials because they are seen as really, ways to make lifelong learning a bit more flexible, and also to address more punctual skill development needs, in particular in particular sectors and particular domains, and to have a quick answer in the interest of the learner and also of the labor market at large. So you see here the common definition, also some standard elements, very crucial also to share information about micro-credentials in the European space. And here you see some principles for design and issuance. Then I will move on further, also very quickly, by just referring to individual learning accounts, also a Council recommendation that is useful to look at. So EU member states have been invited to set up individual learning accounts also because the labor market is less and less, let's say, a labor market of big companies where workers are under collective employment agreements. And from there, the idea that individuals should themselves in an autonomous way decide about their learning. Then quick word on validation of non-formal and informal learning. This Council recommendation is now also, of course, of equal relevance as the EQF recommendation, and the EQF advisory group also looks after validation. And in this context, the Commission and CEDEFOP will publish revised guidelines on validation, and also we are working on the update of the European inventory, which looks at the state of play in the different European countries. And the European Training Foundation has set up a separate contract to look at the number of their partner countries where validation stands, including Ukraine. Then also another element in this broader context of skills is career guidance, which we see is becoming more and more important for smooth labor markets, for smooth decisions and the right choices also in terms of lifelong learning. And this week, just the International Career Guidance Week finished. This is something also of relevance where you could look at. I think its relevance is sometimes a bit underestimated in the world of thinking about qualifications. Yeah. Then a very short word on Europass and digital credentials. So the Europass platform is now also increasingly relevant with digital skills tests that we do have, with possibilities to have the e-portfolio. So Europass has been translated now also in Ukrainian, thanks again to the ETF, like a number of other EU tools. And we have also digital credentials in the Europass platform. Why do we work on digital credentials at European level? Because we want to make sure that if digital credentials are used, the same, let's say, especially semantic standards are used across countries for digital credentials, so they can be easily exchanged, so that information exchange on credentials is not hampered by a lack of understanding of the information in the credentials. And we have an infrastructure in place on digital credentials that is also multilingual, and that includes also Ukrainian. Yeah, this I think is a very promising development. I think there is a lot of interest also, and we had already a conversation with Ukraine on this, and we are open to have, of course, more conversations to see to which extent you can, you could use this. I'm not going into this, just, however, pointing to the European learning model as model for semantic interoperability. You will get that information. I sent the PDF version. And the last word I would just like to pay to the European Year of Skills that is upcoming, and which was announced in September by Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, and which is currently in preparation, adoption needed by the EU member states and by the European Parliament. But the targets, the objectives of the European year are the need for more focus in investment on professional education, upskilling, better cooperation with companies, meeting people's aspirations as well, and also, and that is related to the fact that we have a real skill shortage at European level to attract the right skills to our continent. So that was it. If you want to contact me personally, here is my email address. And I stop with this. Thank you.
Кун, дуже дякуємо за вашу презентацію.
Thank you, Kun. Thank you so much for your presentation. I know that you have very little time left, but I'm going to ask just one question, because this year you have so many refugees from Ukraine, people with education and qualifications. So the level of the EU Commission, they made a number of steps to recognize, to validate those qualifications in EU. And we're talking about regulated professions mostly. Can you please mention a few of those decisions and regarding which professions those decisions were made? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yuri. In particular, in this context, I would say there have not really been decisions, but there has been work going on in particular to, and this is more in the form of guidance, to call member states and to call all sorts of institutions that do recognition to recognize as, and I mean, where possible, and to not establish, let's say, to speed up procedures and to make it as easy as possible to recognize. That has been the key message in terms of recognition of qualification. So there has been a Commission recommendation out on this in April already. So there was a quick reaction to the refugee crisis, where you know that millions entered into the EU, concentrated a lot in certain countries like Poland and also Romania and Slovakia. But this has been a real call upon countries to do that, to be not to impose any barriers, to apply that very flexibly. What I don't know exactly is to which extent we don't have so much empirical information about the reality of the numbers of people where recognition, etc., took place. But at least this is the overall tendency. And also for next year, in the context of the European Year of Skills, the Commission has announced an initiative to make it easier also to recognize qualifications of what is called in the jargon third country nationals. And I am also sure that the report that we are working upon, and that is almost finished, that we will publish soon together, comparing the Ukrainian qualifications framework and the EQF. I mean, the purpose of that is also to facilitate recognition of qualifications in mutually, vice versa, because we should also not forget there will be many Ukrainians also obtaining EU qualifications in the EU, and that also are put to use in Ukraine. So this is what I can say about that question.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support, and I believe that this support will go on, and we look forward to get even more cooperation in the future. Thank you, Kun. Thank you so much. Now, dear colleagues, you know that the first Vice Prime Minister mentioned about the important initiative that was launched last year, and it was initiated with the help of the EU Commission. And we are talking about comparing National Qualification Framework and European Qualification Framework. And allow me to just make a few comments about this. For EU member states, there is a special procedure of comparison, and all the countries have to go through this procedure. Ukraine at that time was not a candidate country, and because of that, we did not use that approach, this method. But Ukraine was selected as a country who will have a pilot comparison of the two frameworks, and that is a very important step, because then Ukrainian qualifications will be accepted quicker and more effectively abroad, and the foreign qualifications will be accepted and validated in Ukraine in the same way. So a group of European Commission experts has been working on this. We have Ukrainian experts working on the same issue. So I'm going to ask Ariane Day, who is a senior expert from the European Fund for Education and Training. And ETF is the soul of this project, and they have been acting as a long-standing partner. And Ariane knows about the qualifications and the system of Ukraine's qualifications, and they help modernize Ukrainian system and make it comparable to the European version. Thank you. Over to you.
And thank you, and welcome to all the participants who are here. So I'm going to share my screen to present the presentation, but I think there will be another way of sharing this with you in the room. So just one moment. So what I would like to talk about is this comparison process. It has already been mentioned by Yuri. It has also been mentioned by by Koen from the European Commission. And I would like to talk about what is actually this comparison process, what is this all about, what were the results of this process, because it's a process. The process is also important, not only the results, and what will be the next steps. So I just tried to make it very factual, because I know we have a lot of things that we want to discuss in the forum. But it's important to understand, especially now, also as Koen already said, Ukraine has become a candidate country and you are approaching the EU, so that you understand a little bit this context of education and training in the EU very well. And of course, it's very important to understand that the Treaty of the European Union says that education is primarily a competence of the EU member states. So they decide on their own system of education, and these systems are really different. They're built on different traditions. Then EU countries, they also have very diverse qualifications and education systems. So that is also the consequence of it. And that has always been difficult to compare qualifications from one EU country with another. And that's why actually the EQF has been developed as a tool for transparency, as a tool for comparability of qualifications within Europe, and as a tool to help people who move abroad. So for the portability of people's qualification in Europe, for student mobility, but also for the mobility of people who go with their qualifications to work in another country. So what we see is that, of course, it's a reference framework. So as this was also stressed by Koen, so it's a reference, which means it's not a law. It's a system to which the countries can link themselves their own systems, and their own systems is where actually the content is, the standards, the qualification, they're part of the national system, and through the EQF they're linked together. So this was all defined in a recommendation, as Koen has explained, in 2008, and this was reviewed in 2017. And also, as Koen already said, it's very important that this recommendation is seen very much in pair with the validation of non-formal and formal learning, which asks the countries to establish systems for validation of non-formal and formal learning, to provide it throughout their education and qualification system for all qualifications. So now, what is comparison of the EQF with the NQF? Well, I mean, the basis is actually the recommendation of 2017, which says the the recommendation recommends the Commission and the Member States to explore possibilities for the development and application of criteria and procedures to enable, in accordance with international agreements, the comparison of third country national and regional qualification frameworks with the EQF. What we see in the EU is that we have a lot of people that come to study or to work in the EU from outside, from the neighboring countries especially. And those people often do not have their qualifications recognized. So many of them work below their qualification levels. They work below their possibilities. And at the same time, we have also needs in the EU for skilled labor, for qualified labor. So there is a sort of situation where actually this works against the individuals, it works against the needs of the employers in the EU, and that's why this is important. That's why we need to find ways of recognizing better those qualifications from countries outside. Now, comparison, as also was explained by Koen, that's not the same as referencing. Referencing is the process where the country is showing how it meets the 10 criteria for referencing, so that it complies with the principles of the EQF. These are the principles that are clearly defined in the EQF recommendation, and that the countries have to demonstrate that they meet them. And they make a report on that. They involve foreign experts in that report to ensure that the whole thing is also understandable from an outsider's perspective. And they also present that in the EQF advisory group. And all the issues that are not clear, they are being discussed. And countries often they are asked to amend their reports after these discussions. So this is a process where you have to show that you meet the requirements of the EQF. Comparison is not like that. Comparison is really looking at the principles behind the NQF or behind the regional qualification framework of other countries outside the EQF countries and EQF. And we just look at the principles behind it and see, are these principles comparable? So it's not about compliance, but about comparability and seeing those two frameworks as of equal level. So it's rather to establish if frameworks are comparable considering these various aspects. And this is done through dialogue. It results in a common report where we all agree, yes, it's comparable, or yes, this is the situation we have. So that is really the process we've been going through. We have been organizing 15 meetings in the last year where we have been discussing these issues in detail. And of course, these discussions, they took place for a major part before the war started. But it was all online because of COVID. And during the war, we have actually, just after the war, we were shortly interrupted, but there was clearly the willingness to continue this work because we have seen that this is important, especially if now many people have gone through the EU. So we selected Ukraine as a pilot before the war. That was based on the EU-Ukrainian relations with the association agreement of 2014, which clearly referred to the NQF, with the economic cooperation was increasing, and with the high number of migrants already before the war that came to the EU. But that context, of course, has now changed, and really the recognition of qualifications from Ukraine have become very important, as also Koen said, for those of the EU. Now, what are the topics that we have been discussing? There was a list of 11 topics that was proposed, but because Ukraine already is part of the Bologna process, it has been starting to link its higher levels to the qualification framework of the European area. We have not been looking at the relationship between the NQF and other frameworks because this is all part of the EQF. So we have been looking at the objectives of the qualification frameworks, the scope of the qualification framework. So what kind of qualifications are in there, which is, for instance, does it cover only higher education qualifications? Does it cover higher education and vocational qualifications? Does it cover only qualification of the formal system, let's say, of general education, higher education, or does it also cover other qualifications so that it can also, let's say, better support lifelong learning? Then we looked at the levels. There are now 8 levels in the NQF, but it started with 10, then changed to 11, and then came in 10 levels, and at the level descriptors, and to what extent were they comparable. And we looked at how are learning outcomes used, not only to define qualifications, but also used in education, in validation of non-formal and formal learning, in quality assurance. Then we looked at the validation of non-formal and formal learning. Of course, this is more linked with the other recommendation. And quality assurance principles, of course, very important to have trust in the qualifications, recognition of foreign qualifications, and how to use the NQF to compare qualifications so that it can be speeded up, so that recognition process can be enabled. The governance arrangements are all stakeholders involved. And of course, we have with the National Qualifications Agency, we have a tripartite setup, a collegial institution in the EQF, as Koen has explained. Also, social partners are involved, the non-governmental sector is involved, and also we have, of course, involvement of all the member states and the other countries. Then we have been looking at the communication, visibility, transparency, and access to information, which Koen has said that's where a lot of work still needs to take place. And finally, about the transparency and the quality assurance of the whole process. So the main outcome of this is really to show very clearly how the NQF and the different types of qualification are related to the EQF levels. And here you can see the overview. So we see the professional qualifications, they span the whole, let's say, NQF, although in reality we don't have yet so many professional qualifications at the higher levels and at the lowest levels. Then, of course, we have the higher education qualifications with the Doctor of Philosophy, the Doctor of Arts, the Master, the Bachelor, Junior Bachelor, and we have the Professional Junior Bachelor. And at the level 5, we have different types of qualifications, as you can see. We have the diploma for skilled worker, we have the professional junior bachelor, we have the junior bachelor, and we have professional qualifications. And then we have the VET qualifications, where many of them, of course, have the same title. So you could not really see what level they are sitting. And then there is also the certificates for secondary education, where we had also discussion about should they sit at level 3, should they live at level 4, because there's also the recommendations from the Bologna process. Now, overall, we have seen that the principles are very much the same, because also the NQF has been developed very much on the example of the EQF. Many principles are the same, but we can still see there are issues where we could possibly work in strengthening the links. And the first one is the links between the level descriptors and the learning outcomes and the qualifications. This is not always clear. And this is important to show at what level these qualifications are. So are these level learning outcomes that are expressed in the level descriptors, are they somehow reflected in the learning outcomes of the qualifications? And in this case, also the state educational standards, but also the individual qualifications. And then one thing that is also not yet done, the NQF levels, they are not yet very well known in Ukraine. They are mentioned on the higher education levels, but they're not mentioned on the VET qualifications or on, for instance, on the general education qualifications. So it's important that these levels, they are known by people and that they are mentioned on the qualifications themselves. This is really making it very tangible for end users, for employers, what level their qualifications is. And for that, we can use the certificate supplement, for instance, and we could also use shorter descriptions of the learning outcomes to make really clear what people can do. And this will also help with recognition of that qualification abroad. So, and that's important work that still needs to happen. And finally, in validation of non-formal and informal learning, we see, of course, there's now a number of qualification centers have become active. This is very positive. We also see that there are some regulations on recognizing validation of non-formal and informal learning in higher education. Also in VET, we have the access control, control. But how wide is that used? How wide is it implemented? And how can we widen the implementation of validation, non-formal and formal learning? And how can we recognize partially people's skills and qualifications? So that's important discussion, and there we think Ukraine can learn a lot also from other countries, especially in this new setup, because it's now becoming a candidate country, cooperating with other countries that are in the EQF. And also the use of micro-credentials is here an issue that is for further development. For quality assurance systems, we see a very clear link between the quality assurance of higher education qualifications and the learning outcomes and the NQF. But this link with the NQF is not so clear yet for VET and general education. So also that is one issue that could be strengthened. For me, a very important issue is the NQF register. At the moment, we have mainly the occupational standards. We have the professional qualifications, but we don't have yet the educational qualifications. And it's really important that we have a place where we can find all the information on all the qualifications in Ukraine together. The NQF register exists, but it needs to be further populated, needs to be further developed. We are going to work with the Ukrainian, with NQA on this in the coming months, but it is very important that this process is speeded up. And finally, of course, as Koen said, we should not forget about career guidance. This is really very important to make these frameworks operational. So what are the next steps? The EU and Ukraine, we will jointly disseminate the results of comparison. We are now finalizing the report, we're doing the translation, and we hope early in next year, after the holidays, to have a joint webinar where we will launch the report to a wider public, because we think it's really important that people understand qualifications from Ukraine better, and also the other way around, in Ukraine, understand the qualifications from member states, so that there can be also better use of more easy recognition. And then also Ukraine has already joined the EQF and will also join the other fora. And here are also many opportunities for peer learning and really for exchanging experience. And we think that's really very important for us to use this actually as sort of the framework for the further work with Ukraine, not only through the EU, but also through cooperation with member states and other countries within the EQF process. And the EU and Ukraine, we are going to develop and implement a joint action plan, which could possibly address some of the issues that I mentioned before. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Arjen. I have a question to you. The director of your education foundation told us that for Europe it will be especially important to participate in the recovery of the economy, and it is about short qualifications and micro credentials. In the Ukrainian system of professions, it is very important that all achievements that and skills that a person have should be formalized in form of a document, and this document should have its place within the national framework of qualifications. Is it for us to initiate micro-credentials, to include micro-credentials in the system of our internal qualification systems? The specific of the Ukrainian situation is, you know, the specific of the Ukrainian situation. What is your opinion to this?
I think with micro credentials, we are entering a new area in the fact that normally qualifications, they are developed by either institutions, so let's say universities, or by sectors. Yeah, and this is more or less an organized process, which comes more from the economy or from the government. With micro credentials, this is much more flexible. They are being developed bottom up by certain providers if they see a need for it. So at the moment, micro credentials is still a family name. It covers all kind of courses. Yeah. And what we are now trying to see is to what extent do we need to formalize this so that we can recognize them, so that we can build on them. Now, the question here is also if we are too strict in formalizing it, we are just making it very restrictive in terms of what we can recognize. So if you make it too difficult, yeah, it's like if you have the Olympic record as your standard, nobody will reach it. So we need to find a way of and have a debate on how do we define this. We are developing guidelines in the ETF that are based on the principles that Koen has shown in his presentation on micro-credentials, on how this could be done. Yeah, and they cover both higher education and VET and adult learning courses, and also commercial courses. How could these qualifications, these micro-credentials be defined so that they could be recognized? On the basis of those principles, you could develop then your own guidelines adapting to your needs. But I would say if it's very important also to test things, to see what works, and rather not legislate before you have tested. Because this has been let's say, an experience I've seen in many partner countries before, that they start immediately to legislate and then they start and then they impose all kind of barriers for the implementation afterwards. So if you are now going with very strong legislation immediately, you will probably block some of the things that are ongoing. So I think what we need to see is, can we test? And we are testing, for instance, also helping with the testing together with, for instance, the region of Dnipro. We're developing some of these courses, trying to use also courses that come from EU member states to see how we can adapt this to the reconstruction needs. I think we really need to have a bit of a flexibility on this. For the moment, we need to very well see what's happening and try to do this empirically. I think we need to learn from what's there, look at the principles that are coming out of our guidelines, see what's happening in Ukraine, and then have, let's say, sort of roadmap where we would start to impose principles and guidelines, but rather not very restrictive rules. And of course, we need to discuss also with the quality assurance bodies, with Nazjava, with other institutions about how we're going to quality assure these micro-credentials. So I think a lot of homework, but not yet immediately legislation.
Thank you, Arjen. Thank you very much for our joint work. We won't finish this topic of comparison, but this project has its timing. The report is pretty much ready. Our colleagues from ETF have done a lot of work. This report will be published next week, and on the Ukrainian level, it will be a major step to understand the system of our qualifications on the European level, to make it better to acknowledge our qualifications on the European level. Thank you very much, Arjen. I would like to touch one more question. When we talk about the national system of qualifications, the national framework of qualification is a basis of the system, and this is the level of description of the national framework of qualifications. So our qualifications aren't bound to specific industries or activities. So conclusions from the national framework of qualifications must be concerned, and in EU a process has been started to fill in this gap in the national system. It is about industries framework, and this framework is being developed in the EU countries. Our neighbors, for example, in Poland, they are doing this work very active, and we invite Mr. Goracy Dąbrowski, and he is a deputy director of the Central Examination Board in Poland, and he is our good partner in comparison of national framework of qualifications. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Can you hear me well?
Так, ми чуємо добре.
Yes, I will.
We hear you very well.
I will share my screen now. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Okay. Once again, good morning. I feel very privileged to be with you today with such eminent speakers and guests. As Yuri mentioned, I work for the Central Examination Board, and I've been cooperating with the European Commission within European Qualifications Framework Advisory Group. I work at the agency which deals with examinations in general education and professional vocational education, and I'm personally responsible for vocational education. I'm seeing that you cannot see my presentation well, that I should click full screen. I will just, okay. Is it better now?
It's okay.
Yes, it is okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, and I also was fortunate to participate in the comparison process which Arjen, Deji, and Kun Nomden already mentioned. And during the seminars we already had, I was presenting some of the solutions in Poland. Here I do not plan to go through them into detail, but just some critical or some key observations. As you know, Poland has been a country in transition due to intensive economic growth, reconfiguration of the labor market, from the agriculture and manufacturing to service economy, due to migration after the joining the EU. Now the immigration of the also Ukrainian either employees or since recently also refugees. Also due to the capital market integration, labor market. So all of these developments made the decision makers aware that skills are very important, and employers are signaling more and more that the skills are barrier in their development. So the NQF and the integration of the qualification system is considered to be important policy tool to alleviate some of the problems related directly to the economy and labor market developments in Poland. We have managed to modernize general education and higher education some years ago, and we are quite satisfied with the outcomes in these sectors. However, vocational education and the education for adults has been an issue. And when we were implementing NQF, we were particularly interested in modernizing these areas of the qualifications system. There is also issue of trust in the society and the level of social capital, which we find very relevant, very important when you think of the education, general professional education, and to make sure, and in making sure that the outcomes are really delivered to learners and that learners achieve those outcomes. So these are important. This is important context for us. The key questions which we formulated to ourselves when we began working on the NQF was how to make sure that skills formation system provides people with the adequate skills in the long term. And here we see that these answers is mostly provided by those large full qualifications within vocational education, higher education. But at the same time, the skills formation system, and today, numerous speakers already mentioned that how to ensure from the policy perspective that skills formation system responds to current labor market changes or shocks. And here we see that those smaller qualifications, which are delivered especially by professional education and non-formal providers, are part of the answers. Then we identified that those large and small qualifications might be awarded within different contexts, within higher education, like the degree programs or postgraduate programs, but also on-demand training, higher education. They provide training on demand, by employers' demand, by the policymakers' demand, and so on. Also, we see that professional vocational education also provides different types of qualifications within compulsory education, again, for adults, on-demand training. Very important part. Yes, I'm sorry. Very important part of the market of the qualification system is within those supervised by state or regulated by the state qualifications, like tax advisors, electricians, aviation, maritime. Plenty of qualifications, at least in the Polish context, are regulated by the ministries. And finally, large share of the market, although not that large, is being provided by private market institutions which are operating without any regulations, similarly as non-profit organizations. Those qualifications are being awarded, or they confirm the skills which are of different complexity. So here the NQF levels are very helpful in recognizing which qualifications, which bodies award which types of qualifications, not only in terms of the size, but also in terms of the level of the qualifications framework. So for the policy to be efficient, we notice that the qualification system landscape must be recognized and adequately regulated or not regulated. But this must be a decision which is evidence-based decision, which parts of the qualification system we want to regulate and which parts we do not want to regulate. But at the same time, we've been observing that since joining the European Union and since dramatic emergence of the new training offers, especially on those non-formal adult training market, that the quality assurance was not always in place. That because of the asymmetries, learners, they could not assess the quality of the offer before enrolling to the offer, the same as employers, that this was making huge tensions on the, this has been making huge tensions on the qualification system market. So when we are discussing or thinking of NQF implementation, we are actually thinking of integration of qualification system with the usage of the NQF. So the NQF for us has never been an issue of only introduction of level descriptors, but designing, developing and introducing the complex solutions related to not only description, not only learning outcomes, but also to external quality mechanisms, to the quality procedures of NQF allocation, and also the common terminology. So those different sectors, different parts of qualification system that they see each other, and only when they fulfill certain criteria, they can be included, awarded the NQF level, and can be included in the integrated qualifications register. Why this was? I mean, this was important for us for many reasons. But I think one of the key reasons, also from the perspective of the Ukrainian developments, is to ensure those synergies between not only different sectors, but within the particular sector of qualification system, the synergies between those large qualifications which are provided by schools and the smaller qualifications which are being provided either by schools also, but by the private training companies. When we equip a school with a newest technology, and when we are not that rich country, but when we make this financial effort, we want to make sure that this technological base is not used only by the learners during the day, but that this technology might be used by adults when they learn after hours or during weekends. So for that reasons, the synergies and linkages of those smaller qualifications and larger qualifications, to see those qualifications has been very important for us. Here on this slide, you can see a vocational diploma which is being awarded in technical school after 4 years or 5 years of studying. But as you might expect, employers, they say, 5-year training, it is too long for us, because we want to set up a new factory line, or that the new technology emerged. We need smaller qualifications, good quality qualifications which confirm learning outcomes. So we divided this big full qualification into smaller ones. Each qualification is being awarded based on the endpoint assessment or by the validation of non-formal and informal learning. But what we are hearing now is that from the employers is that even those qualifications are too big, and that we might be working on the micro credentials, because sometimes they need 3 months training, 2 months training, but the training of good quality. So in Poland, for that reasons, we have introduced more than 20 years ago this external examination system, which is based on the endpoint assessment. It has advantages, it has some disadvantages, which we might discuss later today or on other occasions. But for us, this is a very important element of assuring quality. Because when either employers or training providers, when they write learning outcomes, we want to make sure that those learning outcomes are developed on the latest technology. And we have seen this for many years, that because the country is large, it is diverse, some schools, some training providers, they provide good quality training, but some, they do not use the technology we would like them to use, that they do not hire the teachers with the right competences. So for that reasons, in that NQF development, the assessment, the quality of assessment is a key factor. I will maybe skip that slide. Here I wanted to mention that the NQF development was predecessed by the reforms in higher general and vocational education, and that we were very much looking at the EU recommendations, and that we wanted to learn from the European experience. It was very important for us to be able to learn those peer learning activities. Seminars like today have been very important. Yes, and the last slide is that it is not only that this integration was possible by also changing the governance of the whole area. Before, each ministry, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Economy, of Infrastructure, they were all responsible for different elements of qualification system. Since a couple of years, since 2015, it is one leading ministry for the whole area. And it was a paradigm shift, not an easy one in terms of the governance. The issues which are still not resolved and which we are working on relate to the funding, the public procurement procedures and incentives for private providers to provide qualifications which are on demand. And we have observed the situation. Employers are signaling, informing, we are lacking these competences because of the technology has changed, because of the new occupations are emerging, and the supply side, the training system, is not always responding to these demands. Even if the sectoral qualifications framework are in place, the NQF, the whole system, sometimes it happens that this offer has not been provided by the providers. So we are working on how to create those incentives, either by public bodies or by private training providers, to provide the qualifications which are needed. Thank you for your attention. I'm very happy to take questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a quick question. Coming back to the qualification framework from the Polish experience, can you please tell us about the development of such a framework? Is it a grassroots initiative, going from top to bottom, or vice versa? The government was initiating this process and guiding it.
Actually, it was simultaneously both processes. And retrospectively, the EU initiative, the European Qualifications Framework recommendation was a kind of ignition of this process. So from the one hand, the policymakers, decision makers were discussing those issues of the adult learning, of vocational education. But at the same time, when we joined the EU, the unemployment rate was dramatically being reduced. You know, at the beginning, I mean, at the end of the 90s, the main strategy of employers was to hire from the market because the unemployment rate was very high. So that was the base, the training procedure was to hire the adequate people, I mean, people with adequate skills from the market. But when the skills shortages emerged, they were knocking to the doors to the decision makers, please do something, because the training offer is not adequate. So the employers, trade unions, they were pushing strongly for the reforms. But social dialogue in Poland is not that strong. So we could not count on this grassroots movement to be a decisive force. So here the synergies had to appear. And I must say also from the experience, I was the co-authoring the referencing report, and I remember discussions with politicians at that time very well. Some of them were not convinced. But here the EU funds, the EU discussions were very supportive. So I would say this was both processes. And when the Legislation Act was being discussed at the Parliament within social consultations, this was very important that the social partners that they were providing very, I mean, strong supportive voice, because this topic is very complex, touching different groups of interests, different stakeholders. So it was very important that they were with us.
Дякуємо, Горацій. Дуже дякуємо вам.
Thank you so much for participation in today's forum. Thank you for participating in our pilot project for comparing our framework and the European framework. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, coming back to the sectoral qualification framework, I can tell you that in Ukraine, a few steps have already been made in this regard. And at the previous forum, we invited Deputy Ministry for Youth and Sports to present, and the ministry initiated the development of qualifications framework for sports. And there's been numerous pilot projects. Now, I want to invite Vadim Zakharchenko to present. He is a member of the national team for the higher education reform, and he's a vice president of the Naval Academy in Odessa. And he is a Ukrainian leader for one of the projects aiming at development qualification requirements in land-related sciences. So, Vadim, now over to you, please. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Greetings from Odessa. With God's help, we have power and communications today. So I just want to start screen sharing. I hope you can see my presentation. Very well, dear colleagues. With the purpose of this panel, I want to share experience of development of qualification framework in the area of environmental sciences. This was a part of a bigger project. That project completed 5 years ago, but the results of this project are used in many higher learning establishments. So in my opinion, I think that was the first experience or the first attempt of developing sectoral qualifications framework in Ukraine.
First of all, I would like to tell a bit about the project. This was the full name of our project. there were 7 Ukrainian and European universities participating at this project. And the project was coordinated by the Warsaw University of Life Sciences. Our European partners contributed the most to the implementation of the project. And Poland had many proper experiences, and we had 2 partners in Poland, 2 universities, and research institutions from the European Union, from Ukraine, also took part in the project. This is a very representative project, and also from the European side, from Poland and from Austria. As I said, as we began the work on this project to elaborate the national framework of qualification, this was a new theme for Ukraine, and we laid down basic points for it. And there was a program Tempus. This program is being developed by universities and for universities. And this qualifications network must comply with the law with the qualifications law in Ukraine. It must describe educational qualifications in their connection with the proper, with the with the specific professional sector in Ukraine, and it had to comply with requirements of the internal labor markets in Ukraine. So we defined, first of all, this sectoral framework of qualifications, and there are European method framework, such as EQF, as it called at that time, and this framework had to describe the scope of such professional qualifications, and there were references to the relevant professional qualifications. And this sectoral qualifications framework had to be a bridge between the higher education and the requirements of the labor market, of the requirements of a specific sector on the labor market. And I forget to apologize. We had no electricity supply here during 3 days, and it was hard for me to prepare my materials for the presentation. Some of my slides will be in English, but some of them are also in Ukrainian. I will represent a sectoral framework of qualifications as a document in the field of higher education. we will define the subject of this qualifications network in Ukraine. You can find their references to international qualifications framework, and we described how qualifications are acquired and how it is possible to transit from one qualification to another. And there is also a description for standard professions that related to the natural environment. And we used a national classificator of professions in the version that was used to that time, and we gave those descriptions of qualifications, and we compared it with the European, with the national qualifications network and with the European one. This was a pilot project, and in Ukraine, we didn't know how should this sectoral qualifications network look like. And this was for us a secret box. We could imagine the functions of this framework, but we didn't know the structure of the descriptions and the contents of the descriptions. And we took part in some international conferences, and we reported our results, and we took experience from our partners that worked in Poland. What have we used? We took as a basis the meta framework that exists in Europe, and we analyzed all professional standards that are being used, and we collected opinions of employers and other stakeholders. While working on this sector qualifications framework, we based on the European, on the respective European frameworks, we collected experiences from Britain institutions and, as I said, from employers. And we decided that we have to describe levels of higher educations in this qualifications framework. We didn't take, if you can remember, the first version of the national qualifications framework, we didn't embrace it in our project, and the experience has shown that we were right. All the descriptions are not present in the national qualifications framework, and positions for specialists for protection of natural environment of the level 5 are not described in the document discussed. And we are oriented on standards for higher education in the European space. As I said, we saw the structure of descriptions in European countries, and we try to create something like EQF, European Qualification Framework, and this was not only about skills, but also about knowledge. It is about responsibility and skills. There is a national qualifications framework. It is adopted by the decree of the Ukrainian government, and this was a principle of centralization. A decision has been taken on the central level, and we tried to adjust the document, and we understood that we will describe described skills and knowledge from higher education, and we defined all descriptions, all descriptors that are necessary for the document. And we defined stakeholders that had to be involved in this process, in the sphere of protection of natural environment. These were stakeholders from local self-government authorities, but also from central governing government bodies. And we created a small book on this basis, and we asked ourselves a question: how we should describe all those things, and each of those four descriptors, knowledge, skills, autonomy, and responsibilities. So we must define dimensions or functions of these descriptors. And we analyzed functions for all those descriptors. I'm not going to tell about all those descriptors, but we described skills, and in this description, the theory and experiments may take place. As a result, we developed these metrics, and we tried to fill in this metrics. You can see four descriptors here, and there are dimensions for these descriptors, and we gradually filled in these fields, and we developed a sectoral qualifications framework in the field of natural environment protection. And on each skill level, we made the following. First of all, there was a general description of skills and knowledge in the relevant professions in the and the overall for each level concrete tasks were described for and we analyzed different types of activities, research activities, scientific and research activities, training activities, and others. Not all of those activities are present on the national level. On one level of the framework, some professions are possible. On the other level, other professions. So we divided this for each level, and then we worked on the description of responsibilities on and other things. This is our book for the second level. I think you see 5 pages, but there are actually 4 pages. And this is a description for one qualification level. It can be 1 page more or 1 page less. I'm going to show you our book that we published on the results. Within the results of this work, we made a comparison with other qualification frameworks. You can see the National Qualifications Network and you can see how it is connected with the higher education levels. And our sectoral framework is connected with the European qualifications frameworks. The structure of the descriptors in our sectoral framework differs from those in the European qualifications framework and national qualifications in the European countries. And qualifications related to environment sciences. So we analyzed protection of natural environment and other professional fields, and these are documents that are this document is very useful for employers, and it helps understand what sense this was my last slide. As I promised, I will finish my demonstration. I would like to show our book, so our framework within environment sciences, there are different colors, and on the basis of these colors you can recognize, you can differ one descriptor from another one. So if you can
Thank you so much. We'd be very grateful if you could send us that brochure to the agency. You know, for us to have a sample, an outcome from a pilot project, something to show the stakeholders, not just the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the military, are also interested in creating qualifications framework. So we believe that it will be a very useful example of how we can have a good approach to implementation of projects like this. So let's talk about micro-credentials. We will call them micro-qualifications in Ukrainian. For the last 5 years, this term micro-credentials has become very popular in Europe. And since 2017, micro-ball and micro-higher education projects were implemented. There were surveys and then analysis, and they provide a description of the situation with micro-credentials in higher education. And now we have an avalanche of so many important documents about micro-credentials. The UNESCO issued its recommendations, then European Commission, the European Fund for Education and Training, and some professional associations followed the suit. For example, the Association for Online Courses or Online Course Developers. And that's why we decided to include this topic into this panel. I'm going to invite Tatiana Semihina to speak about micro-credentials and how we understand their development and implementation in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Dear viewers, dear international partners, we continue the discussion around the National Qualification System and its integration into European space and development of pan-European approaches. Now, one of the most modern approaches and challenges at the same time is the introduction of micro-credentials. When we held this similar forum last year, in the very beginning, Mr. Kuhn and Arian were saying that very soon the European Commission will introduce draft recommendations on micro-credentials, and that's exactly what happened. In May 2022, this draft was finalized, and in June 2022, it's been approved, and this document has the title that says European Approach to Micro-Credentials for Lifelong Learning and Employability, a very complicated word, and we translated it into Ukrainian as building your capacity or capability for employment. So that's how we understand it. Because, you know, English words have so many meanings, you know, and in Ukrainian we have to unpack that English word to explain the meaning. So there's micro qualifications. That's not something new. They've been out there for a while, and we are talking about short-term training programs, short-term education, which is widely available. The question is about recognizing those qualifications and creating a space where such qualifications can be used in the pan-European system, can be recognized, whereby they can become the reality in the labor market. And that's what this recommendation aims at. And it was adopted very quickly in European terms because there was a lot of groundwork already conducted before that. We are talking about a document which is called the EU Priorities on Skills, and it's based on the Green Deal documents. It's based also on the digital competencies and its framework and the recognition of the need to have an individual lifelong learning trajectory whereby an individual should be able to customize the pace of learning, the subjects, and so on. And also, there's been a disbalance between the needs in the labor market and the offer on the supply side. So that disbalances need to be eliminated, and that resulted in decision making at the level of the European Commission and adoption of documents on development of skills. And that's been reflected in a very important document in the EU. It's called the Fundamentals of Social Rights in Europe. And among many other things, they talk about lifelong learning, retraining, requalification, professional development, and to implement all those plans, they developed recommendations, two sets of recommendations. One is about short-term learning, micro-credentials, and the second one was about individual accounts, educational accounts, and those recommendations, they are intertwined and they complement each other. And they were introduced as draft documents at the same time, and also they were approved by the European institutions at the same time. Moreover, it is expected that EU member states will have to report back to the European Commission in December 2023 on implementation of these recommendations. Since Ukraine strives to become a fully fledged EU member state, we have to ask ourselves in which way we are supposed to implement all these things in Ukraine. So let's talk about micro-qualifications. In the EU document, they say that micro-credentials are understood as a document which certifies possession of certain knowledge, competencies, or acquisition thereof during a short, and it's emphasized, short, formal or informal training. That's very important. There is one more important feature. It's called stackability. And then portability. We've been discussing for a very long time how to translate those big words in Ukrainian. And we agreed to use the same word, portability, the ability to move qualification from one sector to another or one country to another. So portability, they need to be portable. And stackability, that means that these micro-credentials can be stacked up, and then you could eventually get full professional qualification at some point. Then there is one more important feature of micro-credentials. It means that they need to have clear results of the training, same as any qualification. Quality assurance, again, there are certain standards that have to be applied, evaluation, quality standards, those kind of standards. And there's been so many discussions around the quality of qualification because there are lots of different providers and they provide different qualifications. So how do you gain trust to those qualifications, to those providers? Because someone mentioned trust today. And trust and confidence is very important in the context of micro-credentials. So evaluation of results of learning needs to be in place, and the description of micro-credentials in the credit system. The credit system is used also in Ukrainian higher learning establishments. They're not used in vocational and technical training in Ukraine. And very rarely they are used in informal training. At the same time, the European Commission calls upon all the education providers to use the system of credits, which show the amount of learning that have occurred. So for the purpose of compatibility of the results of learning, you have to use them. That's an evidence saying that certain qualifications can be transferred from one country to the other, from one learning establishment to the other, from one provider to the other. And they can also be recognized by the employers, they can be recognized by the education establishments. So we are talking about an important description of the amount of learning that have occurred. So right now there are no rigid norms about how many credits you need to have. There are different organizations. They talk about different number. In some countries, it's between 2 to 15 credits. Some professional organizations recommend between 3 and 5 credits. In Asian countries, they have huge number of micro-credentials with like 100, 150 credits, which is just incredible. It's even more than a master's degree program in Ukraine. Now, there are different approaches to that, and the European Commission is not really insisting, but they recommend that we need to simplify this. We need to show a clear number of credits for this or that micro-credential. So now this document on micro-credential, and it could be a digital document as well. You don't have to have it on paper because Europe is moving towards creating digital accounts, digital learning accounts, where you have digital credentials, digital diplomas, and Europass database. It's built around digital information. So the micro-qualification document need to have a number of additional elements, but then there are compulsory elements as well. Apart from the person herself, qualification title, the country, issue date, there need to be a result, a learning outcome. Also the type of evaluation that was used and the type of participation in learning, hybrid, remote, mixed, and so on. Then quality assurance for this micro-qualification and the description of the workload expressed in credits and the level of training using the European qualification framework, one of the two frameworks. And I want to boast real quick, because the national agency offered a training to the evaluators of learning results, and we now issue our own document after this training. So this document has been redesigned in line with the European Commission requirements. Why? Because we want to show how these recommendations can be used in practice. In the National Qualifications Agency, when this recommendation was adopted, we started a discussion with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Economy and the employers. We started discussing micro-credentials. And the first thing we stumbled upon was the terminology. We tried to compare recommendations. One is about the European qualification framework, which contains the definition of qualifications, and the new recommendation where they talk about micro-credentials. We've noticed that in both documents they talk about the micro qualification as a short-term training, and in both cases they talk about an evaluation procedure on the basis of which the official document will be issued. And both documents talk about the training results. With micro credentials, they say that the training outcomes or results can be independent, have their own independent value, or they can be stacked up, as they say, for a larger or bigger qualification. However, you need to have a regulator in this place who's gonna recognize these qualifications. With micro credentials, you don't have that kind of requirement and it's not in the description. So we agreed between ourselves to not call this micro credits. We cannot call it micro account data or micro competencies or micro skills. We cannot call it like that. Instead, we call it micro qualifications or micro credentials. That's the term which we use in the national agency, not because we are the National Qualification Agency, but because it stems from the analysis of definitions between the two concepts. Our discussions in the framework of these meetings have demonstrated that in Ukraine's case, there is a number of questions that are unresolved. So what about curricula for the short-term training? How do we make sure that it answers the needs of the market today? Not because the learning establishment likes it, not because this person likes it, but how can we make sure that the training addresses the needs of the job market? Because many people spoke about short-term training and that needs to be based on the needs of rebuilding Ukraine, but how do you make sure that this curriculum and training programs respond to those needs? So what should be the scope of micro qualification expressed in credits or workload? So that doesn't seem like a big question, but it's a matter of principle because in Ukraine there is this practical experience whereby people receive diplomas or certificates. So he or she participates in a conference for 3 hours or takes part in a lecture, in a university. And then you get your little diploma saying that you have this micro qualification of 0.001 credit. So most of the countries decided to regulate this, establish a standard. So we need to do something like that as well. So how do you provide for quality evaluation of the results? And that is a topic for another panel after this forum. And we will be answering this question. And what kind of document are you supposed to issue? Do we want to have a standardized system of documents, or do we have to enter information into the database? Or we make digital documents or paper documents, because many countries enter this information into the database. There are integrated databases at the national level where all these documents are entered into. And in Ukraine, there are so many educational services providers. We have specific schools, we have on-the-job training. The employers have become providers of training opportunities, but the documents that they issue, they're not always recognized at the national level. They are not always transparent. You cannot validate this document and recognize it outside the organization that offered this on-the-job training and issued the document. So we also have a number of open online platforms in Ukraine, and they can work on demand with employers. But the question is, who's going to recognize these documents? And that is not an easy question to answer. It's also a complicated question for the employers. And the employers need to hire people, and there is the formal demand that they bring formal documents confirming their qualification. So how do you assure quality? How do you do verification? How do you ensure stickability and portability of documents? and how educational establishments are supposed to recognize documents about education issued by employers, and what should be the regulation for micro-credentials in Ukraine? Do we need a regulator who's going to control this? Or do we need to introduce information about micro-credentials into Ukrainian legislation? Maybe we have to institutionalize formally all this in the National Qualifications System. They are now working on the text of the law of Ukraine and the National Qualifications System. There are some bylaws and regulations discussed in the parliament, but none of them is talking about micro-credentials.
Can it be a regulation on professional qualifications? Some of European countries have chosen this way, and these things are regulated in the laws on professions and not in the qualifications laws. And I agree with Arjen. We should try this model, and the National Qualifications Agency, and we are proud of it. We've won two projects with Ukrainian and universities and foreign universities, and the National Qualifications Agency will participate in this project. It will prepare methodological recommendations and a methodological basis for recognition of qualifications, and this is a very important perspective, and it will show us the place of micro-credentials in the qualifications system of Ukraine. There is it is being criticized because micro-credentials are discussed as things that destroy national education systems, and we should try to find answers for the development of of national qualification systems. Thank you very much. Some speakers failed to make their speeches. This is about Andriy Litvenko, First Deputy Minister of Science and Education of Ukraine, and also about Yulia Grishina, People's Deputy of Ukraine. And this was a report. They worked on a report for the National Qualifications Framework on the basis of the European Qualifications Network, and the work on the comparison of the national qualifications framework with the European one continues. It was also very important the role of the Ministry of Education and Science in this process, and this process goes as a Euro integrational one, and there will be a legislation basis for the national qualifications framework. I think very much for all our participants. Thank you very much, Kun. Thank you very much, Arjen. Thank you for the discussion on the topic of the national qualifications framework. The national qualifications framework, the sectoral qualifications network, the European qualifications network. These topics aren't easy. Thank you very much to our speakers for their participants and that they told us the results of their researches. In the next discussion panel, to which we invite you, And we are again on our live stream. I welcome all viewers joining us now and who have been previously with us. You can leave your questions on our live stream on Facebook, and our participants will answer them after our broadcast. So you can find the link for our live stream on all platforms of our platform. So we start our second panel, quality assurance in the National Qualifications System. The moderator for this panel is Vyacheslav Kucher, member of National Qualifications Agency. I'm enjoyed to welcome all viewers that are online with us. So, human capital is very important for Ukraine. The National Qualifications Agency is doing its job for years. Its activities are fruitful. Many regulations have been developed, and we have results already in this year. I'm talking about professional qualification centers. They're responsible for acquiring qualifications, and they were certified by the National Qualifications Center. We have 5 of those centers which are certified. We have 10 centers with the right to certify Ukrainian citizens. How do these centers function? And this is the question that we will discuss during this panel. And I would like to give the floor to our very good friend, to the People's Deputy of Ukraine, Ms. Olga Koval. Ms. Olga, the floor is yours. Good day, dear participants of the forum. We are meeting together for this third time, and we have many obstacles each year, but we continue our job, and I would like to thank to the Ukrainian army that they can defend us and give us the opportunity to discuss our professional matters. What I would like to start with, the war caused in our country a huge migration, and not only in our country, but also in Europe. And experts define this war as the biggest from the time of the Second World War. This trend is, of course, negative, and our citizens stay abroad, and we must talk often, open. With each day abroad, they have lack chances to return home. They have interest of different questions of financial assistance and staying abroad. Some of them are interested of language learning courses and daycare for children. And first of all, we have 77% to 22%. It means that our citizens are looking for opportunities to stay in those European countries. But I would like to point out some numbers. 20 millions of Ukrainians have changed their living places. 10 million of Ukrainians have lost their working places. And under the most optimistic scenario, the unemployment is multiple times more in Ukraine than 2020. The population leaves their residence places, they lose their jobs, and this affects the consumption within the country. And some other factors influence the situation. First of all, the war. Our country is in a worse in a bad situation, and we should look for ways to save it out from this complicated situation. Our earnings to the state budgets are short, and this is a huge set of challenges, and we have to deal with this pull strategically. We cannot stop migration processes, but we have to slow down them. I am not going to mention other numbers. I asked my friends which had to leave the country. So the first priority for them is safety, and the second priority for them is education for their children. This is not representative of outcome, but we have to talk about opportunities for our citizens to return home. Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, she persistently supports our country on the ways of reforms. She declared 2023 as the year of European skills to develop technical professions. And we are going to be a member of the European Union, and in this context, another sentence of Ms. Ursula von der Leyen is of great importance. Ms. Ursula said that the EU country have the lowest unemployment today, and we need different professions and of different qualifications. We need all professions and qualifications. So Ms. Ursula calls the EU country to preserve all professions and qualifications, and it must be and, yeah, and if we are talking about a short-range perspective, our country is going to be rebuilt, to be recovered, and we need many specialists to realize these plans. And we should develop policies to ensure our labor market. We can need more resources than we have. Probably we must outsource resources from other countries. But before we can do this, before we can attract people from abroad, we should solve our internal situations. All those questions that I have told earlier, it is worth mentioning that we should start mechanisms of a euro-integrated, but really a national system of qualifications, and the national educational system must be a priority, and this is the professional education must be on the first place. It must be financed on the first place. Our professional education isn't financed enough, and I'm finishing my speech now, and we are working every day on these questions. We have no doubt that Ukraine will win. We have no doubt that the success of the post-war recovery of our country depends on the existence um, uh, professions and qualifications. We need builders, we need different technical professions. Our task of managers and of our states, the task of number one is to give an answer how we will work in our system of professional education. We must ensure the high quality of our educational system. We must develop the public partnership. We must involve employers in this process. In this case, we are not able to work, and the transparent monitoring of the system is also very important. And there are many other key goals which we should work with to
A network of qualification centers need to be implemented in a country. Recognition of the learning results, learning outcomes, informal education, formal training, then issuing qualifications to people who get them informally abroad, and recognizing qualifications that they are now getting quite quickly. And that generally will help with improving the quality of human capital. So I think that this forum will provide us with the answers to this question. So I'd like to thank the organizers. I'd like to thank the participants. I apologize for the sore throat at the end. I'm overwhelmed with emotions. Thank you. Thank you for all of the issues you've outlined. We will be trying to find answers to those questions by doing this work jointly, because this joint work helps us to implement so many objectives. And on behalf of our agency, we want to thank you for participation in this forum. And we hope for more fruitful cooperation in the future, so that the quality of our qualification system becomes better and better. And we want to be proud of the things we do. One more thing I wanted to mention. You said righteously that Ukraine will win, and we have to be ready for when we win. We need to be able to train personnel with high quality to rebuild Ukraine. Thank you, and until next time, thank you. Let's keep on the good work. And then in the next panel, we want to invite the person who represents the most successful segment of our administration in Ukraine. So digitalization, that is something we are very much proud of, and we are a role model for some European countries in this regard. So with great pleasure, I'm going to invite Ms. Deputy Minister responsible for digitalization and European integration, Ms. Valeria Ioan. Valeria, over to you. Well, you're right. I'm responsible for European integration in the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Sometimes people have a hard time remembering my title, but anyways, I'm very happy to participate. I think it's the second or the third time when we meet. We meet quite often every year. And thank you so much for this introduction. And you're right, in Davos, this year we held an international DIA summit, and digital ministers, our colleagues, called Ukraine a tiger of digital transformation, just because of the rapidness of change that happens in the area of digital transformation. Ukraine, Estonia, one of the #1 digitalized countries in the world, from who we learn a lot. They are using DIA now as a basis for creating their own domestic app, which they plan to present in the beginning of next year. So they will have their own DIA app. And that is the first case in Ukraine when our domestic digital product is used in other countries. And there is a huge interest into the DIA ecosystem and other digital products that Ukraine has. In this ecosystem of DIA projects, we have 5 projects. It's the actual mobile app, which is used by 17 million of Ukrainians, digital documents, the most popular services, then the web portal for government services, DIA City, and a special economic and taxation regime for IT companies, then DIA Business. And this project has 2 components. One is a one-stop shop for existing and future business people. There are about 80 different products and services, and we're talking about free consulting, free business advice, import-export opportunities, investment platforms, so you name it. There is all kinds of information on any kind of topic. And then the network for business support. And this network is growing. Right now, there are 11 centers in different cities of Ukraine. One center was opened in Warsaw in May this year as a result of the war. And then DIA Digital Education. That's another project. It was launched in 2020 because we want to develop and promote digital literacy. Here is the main objective. We want to build a digital country, digital state. People need to have a basic level of digital knowledge and skills. And they need to be able to use digital services that the government is creating for them. And people need to be able to independently upscale and improve their knowledge to become competitive at the job market. So in fact, this platform, DIA Digital Education, is available using the link dia.gov.ua, and it has about 90 different courses for different audiences, and they are built as edutainment format. So there are some online lessons, interactive assignments, 1.5 million of registered users, and we have a separate project. It's called Digitalgram or Cifrogram, and it's available for anyone, including civil servants, anyone who wants to use this platform. So this product allows you to understand your digital literacy level, and it also helps you to understand what kind of skills you need to gain, what knowledge you need to improve. So we follow closely what's happening in the EU, and also we try to implement those new ideas in Ukraine very quickly. And so far, we have adapted the digital competencies framework for different audiences. In 2021, we were able to complete this initiative. Now there is a new version. We try to adapt it. And this framework explains how and which competencies a modern-day citizen in a country needs to have. And in line with this framework, we update our methodology. And in line with these frameworks, we also update our digital content and educational content. Last week, we announced very important news. Google gave support to DIA Digital Education by issuing a grant, and we are launching the work to update the platform. Already next year, our platform will include 4 parts. Number one, reskilling, upskilling, and employment. Because we have so many IDPs in Ukraine, because the unemployment level is so high, we understand that we need to retrain people. We need to help those people quickly gain new skills. And that's why on the platform we will have the reskilling, upskilling, and employment section, and this is how it's going to operate. Users will pass a quick test on the platform. And after this test, they will be able to understand which are the strengths and the weaknesses this person has, soft skills, hard skills, and that's how you can receive an offer with different types of professions. And you can get new skills to be able to work in those professions using digital platform. There will be some interactive tests and modeling simulators, because you need to be able to test the knowledge in different circumstances. And when you pass all the tests, you complete all the tasks, you will get a certificate, and on the platform you'll be able to see vacancies for this profession in a given area, and you can send an application. So by doing that, we will be able to help people to gain new knowledge, to improve their skills, and get a new profession. Also, we don't want to focus specifically on digital professions or creative industries. We add so many other categories and professions there, so over 50, even more. Then there is another section, and it's about lifelong learning and using machine learning tools and AI. We will be using a non-linear approach to creating professional educational trajectories. What that means is we need to understand what kind of level of knowledge a user has on a topic, and we will develop series individually, customized series for that person based on the information we already have on the platform. So we want to build relevant content for the user. On top of that, there will be interactive tests and simulators and tasks. School education is going to be a part of that. So we have the All Ukrainian Online School. It's a new platform and a new computer science. That's a topic that we will offer on the platform, and it will be upgraded and improved. Now, another section is about the simulators, which are not linked to a specific profession. They are more generic. For example, touch typing simulator. It's important for people of an older age and people who are learning to use the gadgets. So all that will be also translated into English. All the series, all the content will be translated into English. Besides, I'd like to speak about the app, which we want to develop for education purposes. A lot of our users find it easier to use the app. And we have a lot of initiatives, educational initiatives. I don't have time to speak about all of them, but then there is one initiative which we develop with Amazon Web Service. It's called IT Skills for You. And this initiative will last for the entire year, and it is about offering training to Ukrainians abroad and Ukrainians in Ukraine in cloud-related professions. Then there is the IT Generation project, and using this project, Ukrainians can get education for free and start their career in IT. This project is ongoing, and Ukrainians are learning new professions. Then IT Studio, it's the computer science updated. It's been piloted in 5 schools, and starting next year, this project hopefully will be available for all of the schools. There will be an interactive format, and it will be posted on the digital education platform. Then there is another project which we support. It's the initiative from the Projector Foundation to train 5,000 women in digital professions. It's a very important initiative, I think. And we keep showcasing it, promoting it, and we ask companies to participate as partners. Besides, we actively cooperate with the technological companies, technological giants, such as Google. And they have launched the Google Knowledge Hub for Ukraine in Ukrainian, then Meta company, and many more. So in general, we plan to continue this, and soon we will announce our plans about other educational projects, and it resonates very well with what the previous speaker mentioned. I think that today Ukraine has some huge opportunities, and the development prospects are quite promising. We are building products which are unique, which are not available in Europe. And I'm not only talking about the app, I'm talking about other digital products as well. Recently, I was presenting in Brussels on the digital skills topic, and I was trying to see what kind of projects other countries have. So I can tell you that based on many criteria, we are so much more advanced than everybody else. So we should use existing opportunities. We should move forward, and that's why we're here. We want to create these opportunities for Ukraine. I'd like to thank everyone for cooperation and for inviting me to participate in the conference. Thank you, everyone. Valeria, thank you. Thank you for presenting these wonderful initiatives from the Ministry of Digital Transformation. I am very much impressed.
So, this is a way that leads us to Europe. We want to be with Europe, and we want to move together to innovations and comply with European standards. I have a small questions, or it is very important for the National Qualifications Agency receive its certificates in the DS system. We need your support, and together we can do this. Am I right? You know, in the working mood, we are ready to pay attention to your proposals. This is not the first time you are participating in our forum. This is already for the third time, and we will continue our cooperation, and thank you for your participation in our forum. The next speaker, I would like to introduce Ms. Olena Kolesnikova. She participated on the process of creation of the National Qualifications Agency. So they are working on the decree 314, and they provide qualifications on the basis of this regulatory document. So, Ms. Olena, the floor is yours. You have no electricity, but you have the possibility to talk with us. So we are Ukrainian, and we can work under any conditions. We can work without internet, without electricity. Everything that I could do to participate at this forum, I've done. So I wish that we will win as soon as possible. We don't have time. We don't have we don't to waste our time. We began to talk about the implementation of all reforms before the war, and now I will show you my presentation. I've made my preparation for the presentation. My colleagues mentioned, and I am enjoying this always. They talk about our metallurgy complex, not in a positive light. We lost many enterprises. They don't function, and there are always attacks, assaults around these enterprises, and we lost many people, and we don't know where they are. We have many questions: how to preserve our people, how to evacuate them, and to continue our work. We have many losses. We are the industry that is affected the most. Many of our plants are on the front line or behind the front line. Ruslan Ilichov told about our industry in a technical and technological way. It is not possible to relocate our plants, and we need 10 or 15 years to build such a big plant. We aim at mobilizing all our efforts to support our people, to renew where it is possible the functioning of our enterprises. So some information you've got already from other speakers, and I will point out the most important things from my presentation. So we must evacuate. We had to evacuate our people, and this we prepared. We prepared our initiatives to start certification centers and other initiatives, and now we received this wartime, and we had to fasten our efforts, and we understood that people lost everything, and we told we had a problem. So there are many people without documents, and they need jobs, but we were not able to get them access to work, and this was for us a big issue um, to start this process. And the governmental decree helped us. We needed to certify qualifications of the people, to support the people, and our enterprises did this on the basis of this decree. Probably I'm not talking good, but these are our people with education and qualifications, and they needed requalifications. For this period of time, we had 26 professions. They are unique. We have 4 qualification centers to assess these professions. So we certify people for the most important and for the most popular professions. We haven't never produced weapons and related equipment. With the current situation, we understood that we can do this to help our men and women, but we need new skills, new technologies, and we made everything possible to start our plans and to protect, to make products to protect bodies of our defenders. And this is not a claim to the ministry, and to the government. If we see that we can facilitate something, or maybe we are doing something not ideal, but we are going to make such steps to help our people, to help our military persons, to save them. And 460 people went to qualification centers and received necessary certifications. Our main task is to preserve personals from different enterprises, and we will see in the future if we will be able to build something new or to rebuild the destroyed enterprises. Before the war, we saw a wider circle of our opportunities, but now the whole work is based on the preservation of all of the personals of the enterprises. Many people leave Ukraine now so that they can ensure the safety of their people. And indeed, the problem is there a problem in functioning of certifying centers? I would answer yes, they are. So there is a conflict of interests because we have some unique professions. We have no other experts in these professions, only on specialized enterprises, and such certification centers can be organized only on these enterprises. And it is a problem for us that such specialists left Ukraine with their expertise. We need their expertise, their enterprises that we can control, but they are in the near the front line or on the front line. We are interested in functioning that these enterprises continue their functioning, but and we are hoping that specialists will come back from the Western Ukraine or from other countries. There were many discussions on this question, and I was talking always. So we need these qualification centers, and many specialists are coming back, and this facilitates the creation of the qualification centers, and we are going from to the quality area while creating our qualification centers. In Ukraine, we've done more than many other European countries, and we have to learn to be proud of ourselves, and we must learn to talk not only about our problems. We are more advanced, and there are many matters where we are more advanced than some EU countries, and we should also talk about this and use advantages from this. So we are the most motivated. We are motivated the most not to give a certificate to the person. It is very important to really evaluate people, and we can evaluate a person, and and we see that this person has not the full qualification, so we can direct this person to the institution where it can improve its qualification and knowledge. We've done many tasks in this field, and I explained to Ola and to others, we need a new law on professional education. We need this so we must work together with our parliament, with our government to draft this law and say to me what we can do to make this draft law moving, and we will do this. We need this law very much. We have a problem in our qualification centers, and we have only the professional education that is connected to the classificator of professions, and for the educational system is this is very complicated to react, and we should move forward, and this law would help us in terms of the development of the structure of qualification centers. Of course, we understand that we lack fundings for the implementation of our initiatives, but if we want to build a successful country, we should invest in education and in the development of our working potentials. So the war has shown that we need reforms in the electricity supply system. We need green energy, but it is very complicated to create new professions because of this classificator of professions. New professions, the description of new professions, so new professions are not described in this classificator, and we should be more active with reform within working groups. And I know that you have the same problem as we have, and we have to solve it. And this is the most important thing I would like to tell you. I have many ideas to tell you. The educational system and qualifications are questions of my interest. The human capital, we must do many things in this direction, and we should invest in the human capital. But we continue this work despite of non-functioning of our enterprises. I understood that we are nothing without people, and this is the most important thing, and the most important thing in our country are not resources but people. I think pretty much to all people.
Of course, apart from qualification centers, we have many more other problems, but those people who do nothing, they usually don't have any problems. So we will work on our mistakes and we will move on. Okay, great, Elena. Thank you so much. Thank you for this wonderful presentation, and especially considering the fact that we are out of power, that's big. So thank you so much. Thank you for participation in the forum. And all the issues you mentioned, those are going to be the objectives for the Federation of Employers, for the Ministry of Education, along with the agencies. We are talking about 2023 already. It's the year of victory, and those qualification centers, which were established under the Resolution 314, they contribute to the great victory which Ukraine will have. Thank you for your participation, and let's do the joint work. We are the best. Please, let's remember this, and please, let's speak up. Don't be shy. Right. The next speaker is the representative from the Ministry of Science and Education, Irina Shumik, Director General for the Professional Education. And with her, we cooperate almost every day. And all the questions which Elena spoke of and Olga, they're very important. We need to know what's going to happen to this legislation. Let's talk about the quality in the national system of qualification. And let's talk about qualification centers. We'd like to hear your opinion. Thank you so much, Vyacheslav. Colleagues, greetings, dear colleagues who are with us today and those who have joined us online. So I had just one idea that I wanted to present, but after Olga spoke and Elena, things have changed. You know, we decided to redo everything. And dear colleagues, dear partners, you know, I've been working with you for 4 years, so you became friends. And we all tried to change the qualification system. We want to build this system so that it is in compliance with our national standards and European standards. We want to make sure that it's simple and understandable. And it needs to satisfy the needs of regular people in self-realization and development, and also sectors of economy in terms of the development of human capital and their day-to-day operations. So here in this case, we may have different thoughts and opinions about how we have to progress. Where do we go? What do we do? And between myself and Olena and Olga, we may argue, we may have internal discussions. And the ministry is participating as well through its experts. But we know what we built. That's important. We have a vision, we have an agreement saying that when we talk about the quality of education, when we talk about quality in education, I'm talking about all kinds of education, just the formal kind of education. We have shifted the focus. We now talk about on-the-job training and education. We are talking about informal education, when you are responsible for educating yourself. So we are saying that we have to have uniform approaches, and someone need to also evaluate the quality of education, and that system needs to be independent, and qualifications need to be assigned by specially designated bodies that has been envisaged in the law. And recently, when I participated in one of the international forums in Europe, we discussed the excellency centers and how we will be developing them. And I brought up one example. You know, I said, what are we going to do first? Is it going to be the chicken or the egg? So do we adopt a law and then introduce an independent evaluation system, or we use the system and then adopt the law? Because we already started doing something. We see qualification centers as centers of excellence that work with educational establishments and businesses, and they do a good job. We already have practical experience, which can be embedded into the legislation, put on paper, and with that we could regulate things. And already now we can talk about issues and problems, we can develop recipes to address those problems. It's important to mention that we in the ministry support this idea very much. And at numerous meetings in educational establishments, I talk to school principals. I ask them whether they want to turn into qualification centers, and if they do, now we raise a question about quality. You cannot just issue one document, submit an application, and become a qualification center. We're talking about a system of measures. We're talking about training for experts. We're talking about developing standards and transparency and development of mechanisms for tests and administration of tests. So it's a set of different measures which you cannot complete in an hour or two. It requires much more efforts. Now, speaking about effectiveness, in this case, you have to activate approaches which are not developed in Ukraine. So internal quality assurance, that needs to be in place. Globally, no one's actually raising any doubts about teachers, educators doing something wrong or not following the procedure. I was surprised when I learned that in many European countries they don't have any oversight of the work of the teachers or control or regulation, because all those educational institutions, they self-regulate. They have some internal quality assurance. They develop an internal system. And it's working because we used to the idea that someone from outside needs to come in and oversee the process and do quality assurance. We are now trying to refocus our educational establishments towards developing in-house control assurance systems, quality assurance systems, to make sure that they are effective. And I'm grateful to the heads of professional vocational education, heads of learning establishments. They have already done a lot in this regard. And Vasil, one of those leaders, will be talking later today about that. I know it was not easy, and he's going to speak about that. So we support this bill. It envisages lots of changes in professional education, and it will focus more on European experience and professional qualifications, which are gained by individuals. They need to be flexible so that this lifelong learning principle could be maintained. And the stereotype that we still share, means that kids graduate school, then they go to the vocational school, and then they go to a factory and spend all their lives there. But the world have changed. Things do not work like that anymore. We change. Our professional lives and future drastically. There are new technologies, new professions cease to exist. All professions are no longer valid. So, and I have a message to the employers. Now, this is not about Elena because they develop numerous professional standards, but speaking about confirmation of qualification, please do not forget that confirmation and recognition is possible when there is a professional standard. And when we update the content of professional education, such as programs, curriculum, and textbooks. That is a part of quality assurance, and that needs to comply with the needs of the market today. So we lack professional standards in many professions. We as educators, we have to pick up the slack and show initiative. We are open. We call upon cooperation with all of you, and we are ready to support the bills. And maybe now that bill needs to be adapted a little bit. I'd like to thank Olga because in summer we were able to make some serious changes, and I already can observe how it works. When I visit schools, I see that the fact that we allowed to get different types of professional education, that is incredible. That is our response to the challenges which the war presented to us. It's the government, in a proper understanding of this concept, that need to help individuals with self-realization. When I visit schools, I see different ages, people of different age in groups, older people who now have an opportunity to change their career path. And now these people have an opportunity to find a new profession for themselves. Refocusing on adult education is important, and we're talking about that in a wider sense. We are talking about creating conditions for education, for development of adult population. So I think that is going to be a big trend for Ukraine. Generally, we have 4 qualification centers, and I hope that nothing will stop us. And very soon we will have many more new ones. Thank you, Irina. We have 5 accredited qualification centers so far, and there are 4 in the system of education. But now it's 5. Now we have 5 accreditation centers. And this week, 3 applicants submitted applications for accreditation to become qualification centers. Now, this momentum is becoming bigger and bigger. And we have someone from Kyiv Professional College specializing in physical fitness training, and Vasil, the principal of this college, the director of this college, will speak about accreditation. He's going to tell us about how hard it was to get the accreditation. Dear colleagues, dear friends, it's very hard to speak about the difficulty because we need to always remember the military who are fighting this war. It was not too difficult, to be honest. I have a great pleasure to participate in this forum. So our professional college is working under the slogan which sounds like education without borders. So it's very important today because we have to protect everyone. Young Ukrainians, older Ukrainians, everyone. And also we have to apply the most important principle of academic integrity. So when we had a discussion before the forum, we said that we try to look for some deficiencies. Always we try to look for drawbacks, and we do have many of those. But before I start talking about the qualification center, having that status is a good thing. It's nice. But before becoming that, we had to modernize the content of professional education. As of today, the college has 10 working level professions of wide qualifications. I don't want to give you the details, but Irina spoke a lot about that, and Olga spoke a lot about that. Sometimes they slap us on our wrists, but we have to still be bold and make bold steps. One of the most successful steps, in my opinion, was the Sun College project or Solar College project. So I'd like to thank the partners, social partners. Thank you so much, because we had a very interesting discussion with the National Qualification Agency, and I hope that we will progress even more. Now let's talk about the Solar College. When it's sunny, people usually feel better, they live better. That's why this idea is so important. We borrowed this idea from our European neighbors, but as of today, they say, well, you guys are already way beyond our results. So I am in the southern part of Kiev. Let's talk about where I am and our capital city. And I have an assistant who is managing the center, and it's according to all legislation. There is a resolution of the cabinet that has introduced this position, so I'm gonna give him the floor. So we are now switching to the premises of our renewables center. There are 2 labs in it, so it's a good foundation. So there is a 15 kilowatt solar power station, and these premises are now producing heat, and it's very warm in there. Since the beginning of the fall, we did not get any heat from the city. We're generating heat on our own, in-house. And now I'm gonna give floor to Valentina. I'm gonna ask her to unmute. Okay, welcome, dear colleagues. You are in the renewables energies building. This is the lab where we work on many options for using renewables. As I understand, there is a problem with the sound, so I will make a few comments now. You can see the generating equipment. This equipment generates energy. So it converts solar energy, heat pump energy into electric energy and heat. Right now, you can see the heart of the center, Valentin. Please show us other premises. Keep moving, and please show us what do you have there. So this is our installation. Our students are learning to install the systems, the photovoltaic systems on different surfaces, as you can tell. Let's move on, and now we are moving closer to another room. This is the controlling equipment, and this is the equipment that is showing us what we are producing, some metering equipment. And we have a component where we present theory, and we have a component which is highly practical. We want to make sure that our students are able to find solutions to many problems and situations. Valentin is now going upstairs, and the project helped us to install a lot of equipment on the roof. you'll be able to see lots of solar panels, and using them, we get a lot of heat.
A bit of snow on our roof, but here are our solar panels, and we must keep them clean because the producement of solar energy depends on the cleanness of these panels. I asked Mr. Alexander, it could be very interesting for Ms. Olena. You came to the Ukrainian market with your products. Is it so? Yes, it is. And I said to him, I'm your buyer. I would like to order a project and then to order the installation of the system. And I asked him, where are you going to find workers? And he laughed. And um, and now let's move a step forward. And here you can learn technologies of this generation. As soon as you get the sound, I will give you the floor to tell us about these technologies. We've got equipment for 300,000 hryvnia. So, Valentin, do you have the sound? Everything is equipped here so that our students are comfortable while doing their lessons, and you can make food here. There is there are interactive spaces, space. We try to learn Ukrainians to think interactively and to solve all problems in this way. So, Pane Vasil, many of our viewers didn't have electricity, so I'm finishing. Each institution has its perspectives. We are working in the field of cyber defense, and we also try to facilitate our victory. And I think to all viewers, not only you have no time, we have no time too. It's a great pleasure for us to be a qualification center. The next steps are renewables for us, and I hope that we'll be the first to implement this idea. I thank you very much and wish you good health, um, a good situation in your families. Thank you very much for this, um, for your explanations, and we hope that you'll create new qualifications and new assessment methods. Thank you very much. We will stay in contact. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the person who helped the National Qualifications Agency, And this person helped us to create these qualification centers. This is our colleague Kovalchuk Yuri, the head of the Department of Informational Systems. Mr. Yuri, the floor is yours. I would like to talk about the internal system of quality assurance for the educational system, but I would like to tell some words about technologies. The quality is not understood equally, and there are some things that we can define as high quality, and there are things that are not high quality. And what is the quality? The quality has an end position, so we reach this position and then we can do nothing. We must only repeat the same steps to have the same products. This approach is very bad, especially in education. Education is an open-ended stories. Education, when you do something good, you can always do this better and better. And in the field of education, this plays a very important role. We must take the idea of non-stop improvement. There are standards and recommendations for the European education space. You can find there that quality insurance is an gradually the gradual improvement, and to be high quality, we must assure this continuous improvement. You know, there is a very interesting person. This is an advisor from the USA, Mark Zellman. He helped us with the independent assessment of the knowledge of our schoolboys and girls. He said, if I saw a new person with a new task, the first what I did, I take a pencil, a red pencil. We must do the same. We've got centers, independent centers, and they conduct examinations, and these are not simple examinations. This system is functioning. What I would like to advise in this field, you can find, you have to find a person that is interested in the quality assurance, and she will, and he or she will do this work every day. There are many methodologies. For example, the Sigma methodology and other methodologies. for example, for the IT sphere, let this person to build a team of stakeholders and to make the first step. The first step is also a political matter. The first step is always important because it depends on the first step, how um, the project will be built and will be finished. This is a decision making to give qualifications or not to give qualifications. There is one more aim that is very acute for Ukraine. This a project must be implemented with not more with not much money. Are you ready to invest into quality assurance in Ukraine? These matters are to be to be discussed while doing such projects. Assessment centers are always people, and people they are people offering services. So this is very important to assess properly how they get their qualifications, is their professional development unbreakable. The data system is also important. You should learn how to collect data on all your steps, and data on your activities help you to compare where you are moving in a better direction and where not. Without the comparisons, you cannot improve your work. In all cases, collect such data. And the last, I would like to say to the National Qualifications Agency and other governmental bodies, if you give independence for to somebody, you should consider that you give it can look like you give freedom for animals, and they can die in the freedom because they don't know how to exist, how to live alone. So this can be made in a more better way. Give to those centers the opportunity to learn best practices and to learn new experiences. We are already doing this, and it would be easier for our colleagues to make such projects. This must be step by step. We started our qualification centers. We are systemizing them, and we are improving their activities, and we are improving regulations to start such centers. And these are not the last changes for the system of qualification centers in Ukraine. Thank you very much, Mr. Yuri. I think we will work together, and I give the floor for one more person that is very close for us, and this person participated in the development, in the creation of qualification centers. It trains groups of people. So the floor is yours. It is easy to make speeches when there are no conflicts between speakers, and so the assessment is we concentrate on the essence that it is necessary to assess the knowledge and the skills. The system consists of documents and regulations, but this regulatory basis didn't work a long time, and during 5 years our system has been functioning very well, and you don't develop something, you don't need to develop something new. Take that things that already exist. You can look at the next slide. So our association embraces many best practices from different fields, and assessing systems and personnels. We started this process. It is complicated to say and to abuse. So the importance of this profession increase, and this is our reference book. We worked on it very long, and we worked together on this reference book, and it is about methods and approaches how to build this system of internal quality assurance. The quality of results is the results can be trusted, and the quality of results is best based on these standards. I thank you, Mr. Yuri, that you mentioned that international standards. The quality result can arise only from a high-quality management. And this embraces many factors, and there are
I just showed you two standards. 17024, which is used to credit organizations, and it's talking about what these organizations that do personnel performance assessment should use. So this standard answers the question what exactly you need to envisage to build an effective and efficient system for management. But it does not answer a question of how, because if there are two qualification centers and they work on the same issues, they provide the same qualification, but they may have different processes for all this. You may present some requirements for the end result to validation and to verification of materials which will be used, because we do have a gap with validation of results. And this is just for your information. Apart from the content, you also have to have prescribed procedures. And we are talking about procedures for qualification centers, and they talk about the organization of the operations, planning, implementation, control, oversight, everything that is connected to personnel management, document management. All those things need to be clearly defined and approved. Secondly, the preparation processes for tests, for questions, and many more. And then thirdly, the requirements to the procedures of evaluation and passing of tests and development of examination groups. So we have to abide by professionalism, we have to be unbiased and independent. All those procedures at every step require confirmation that they are unbiased, independent, and professional. And to check that, you have to use a standard. The standard has been already developed. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. So those standards, they include best practices. And the standard will not be deployed unless all of the countries who are members of ISO voted for that. And Ukraine, by the way, is a member. And the international metrics for the standards has been finally formed, so let's just start doing the work. I already spoke about the housing association manager as a profession. I've been working with the Ministry of Regional Development about this profession. There are numerous documents that already cover this important development, and the accreditation tool need to be used to those structures that do personnel certification. And I know that there are approaches in Europe. Those approaches are quite open, and we are happy that we were able to use them. So today we have the structure. It's an academic structure, and it cooperates with the employers and businesses. And on-the-job training is also available. And I can tell you that in the future there will be a lot of problems with housing, with buildings, not just in the so-called gray zone, but everywhere. We will have a lot of problems with IDPs and housing for them. There are so many documents that prescribe what can be done during the times of war, but there will be also other times when we need to apply new tools, new approaches. And we need to be able to respond to quick changes, because over this year, we repeated this training program 3 times. And that means that we were using all the testing materials 3 times. There are different professions. In health sector, technologies don't change very quickly, but still there are many professions out there. So there could be a very quick response. And there are so many aspects to the information security. And in our course, information security is important. What the enemy is doing, they are stealing archives and documents, and nobody knows what's going to happen to that. But we have some personal information there, information about our roads, infrastructure, networks, and so on. So Ukraine is going to prevail, definitely. But we have to start training people today so that tomorrow we will have a mass of people who are ready to do things and get the job done. We are convinced that Ukraine is going to win. And we want this victory to be fast and with minimal losses. But it's hard. Let's face the reality. But indeed, we have to train the people because we lost a lot of housing. We need workers not just for the buildings, but also I've seen a problem in Kyiv Oblast. There are the so-called modular homes and compounds built of modular homes. Someone needs to manage that as well. We completed the formal part in our panel, so we will be able to discuss those things outside this forum. Thank you for participation. Now I want to give floor to Snezhana Leo Severenenko, who is a senior manager in the USAID project, helping Ukraine develop economically. Snezhana, over to you. Well, we almost ran out of time, and I have to close today, so I will tell you about this whole idea of giving support to the qualification centers, and I will speak briefly about different kinds of supports. So, economic support to Ukraine was working in the east of Ukraine before February 24 as a project. And after February 24, we had to change. We now broadening the number of partners. We work in many areas. We work with vulnerable population. We also help micro and small businesses, and we help communities in their development and transformation. I represent a cross-cutting theme. It's called the development of human resource or labor. We want to identify the needs of the target audiences with whom we work. And we want to satisfy those needs by working with educational establishments. We focus on working with businesses. And I'm gonna use the words of Christopher Abrams, who spoke in the morning. It's very important for us to satisfy the needs of business by working with educational establishments. We have to talk to companies with educators. And we do have experience from the east of Ukraine. We've tested numerous tools, approaches, and this is not just grant support. We're talking about direct interventions as well. And based on that, we can confidently say that we are ready to keep expanding those ideas and concepts throughout the territory of Ukraine. And not just for educational establishments, but also for the companies. Establishment of qualification centers is the area for us, which is helping to develop programs for vulnerable population. We are talking about creating comfortable conditions so that people could come back and so that they could get their qualifications recognized and get decent pay instead of being low-quality personnel without confirmed experience. Then assistance to IDPs who, due to many reasons, just don't have a credential confirming their certain qualification. Then help to businesses in terms of helping train their personnel, professionally develop their personnel. And there are many more types of assistance that we offer. Many more types of activities which we offer to companies and educational establishments. And also there are ways to register and use that assistance, and you can use this QR code for that. The qualification centers are important, and you can also use the registration form to start cooperating with us. We can help you procure equipment. Please be critical to the existing experience. Ask yourself if you have appropriate personnel, if you are ready to become a qualification center, and if you see that you lack some equipment, we are ready to help you. There are different tools which we can use to do that, and we will be happy to expand the number of our partners. So please join us, work with us, and you can find all the information on our official resources on the internet. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this panel discussion. Thank you very much, Snezhana. Your suggestions about assistance in creating qualification centers is very important. Also for us, for the National Center, we will definitely use your ideas and your suggestions, and we will be working close with you to progress, to move on. We will also engage our secretariat to help us in the way. Dear participants of the panel discussion, dear participants of the forum, colleagues who hear us, who follow us on the other side of the screen, this panel discussion is over, and day one of the International Forum is also over. So with great pleasure, allow me to thank you for participation. And now we are giving floor to Natalia, our event moderator. Thank you so much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank all the speakers who presented online and offline, because their unique experience and the knowledge became the foundation of the discussion in this very unique area of operations. This is where we have different approaches intertwined, and the depth of the problem is also impressive. Using the opportunity, the National Agency would like to express its gratitude to the partners who helped organize this forum. We wish you success, all the best, all the new ideas, and let your plans come to fruition. This is the end of day one of our forum. We look forward to see you tomorrow, online and offline at 9:30. We promise interesting discussions, presentations. Please be safe, and we'd like to thank our armed forces for the ability to safely plan our future and to work. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes.